Yes, I think.
Good morning, everyone. Mic test 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the AI4D workshop. And today, I hope you're ready for an exciting session. We're going to be having a great lineup of speakers, and we're very excited to get started. But first, I'd love if everyone could invite their friends or fellows, anyone who was here yesterday as well, to join us for today's session. We'll get started very soon with Dr. Dennis and his topic towards integrated data-driven crop value transformation. So please do make sure you reach out to any colleagues of yours that you feel would be interested in the session. And we do hope you're ready and enjoy today's lineup of speakers. I'd like to invite Dr. Dennis to share his screen and do a test. And once everything's up and running, we can get started.
Thank you, Isa. Could you allow me to share my screen?
You should be able to share it now.
Okay.
Esa, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think you can just briefly introduce the speaker before he starts presenting. Is that okay?
Sure. Let me see if I can pull up his bio. I believe it is on the website. So for any of our participants and attendees who would like to have a look at the agenda as well, I'm dropping that in the chat. So as Dr. Dennis is pulling up his screen, we can currently see the presenter view. I'm not sure if that's what you want us to be seeing. Let me go through his brief bio. So Dr. Dennis is at the forefront to lead data-driven business and research initiatives in industries that impact thousands of people. Serving as an applied data scientist and technical advisor in several industries, his innovative problem-solving skills with a see-through capability have been witnessed in artificial intelligence, geospatial, emerging technology, agri-tech, and their integration into agriculture, environment, rural community, and responsible AI. He's a seasoned co-founder and a true activist serving as a team lead and mentor for tech innovations in health, agriculture, biotechnology, the future of work. You'll be able to learn more about him in his official profiles on LinkedIn and Twitter later on. For the time being, I'd like to welcome Dr. Dennis to go ahead.
Thank you, Isa. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I know we had a great session yesterday with great speakers. So to continue with that, I just want to go through towards integrated data-driven crop value transformation. And so today I'll have this is my walkover what integrated data-driven is, and we'll get to know why it matters. Then we'll tap a little bit on the value chain transformation, and we'll state out some possible solutions or working examples. So the photo you see here, the one on your, I guess on your right, these two women carrying this is bean. I took this photo almost 4 years ago in the mountains of Korogwe. We call them Lutindi Mountains. And, you know, when you look at this, it's really, you know, I'll just keep a look at it. And the question comes, you know, how can you lower the burden of these women who are carrying these, you know, beans in the mountains and you know, such that they can be able to feed their families, but not just family. That's when they get the good, you know, they get the good market. So this is the thing that which I'll state later state on the challenges that we have. The other way we see the poor mechanism machinery. You can even see this in it's in a hilly hill, and this lady, you know, trying to clean up the maize field. So this is what is happening. But the burden itself, you can break it down in, the low quality, which we are well familiar with, the insufficient input. And then we have this big challenge, which is the improved seeds and the fertilizer. When it comes to the practices themselves, are really poor. So this is a challenge which we know. And if you look at, actually, we can just group all these, what we call the crop value, the inefficiencies that are categorized into the accessibility, the distribution, the affordability, and the input. Now, why am I mentioning this? Understanding these challenges, which later on I'll get on to share, what we think, and at the same time, what the farmers think, because I didn't mention this earlier, the talk, it's more focused on, the farmers. And if you look at the region that we're in, almost 77 million households actually rely on agriculture. So that's a very huge number. So it's believed, a leap forward is when we adopt some of these technologies. And that brings us to what we call like digital agriculture. But we're not surprised, it's only a very small percentage that, less than 13% that, is trying to implement that. So what is integrated data-driven? So what it's all about here is when you look at such a system here, this circle which defines, there are many ways you can define it. You may call it a complex of, smart agriculture, where you have some smart control of any shape, and then there's a flow of data which goes into the smart system of monitoring, and that could be received, but at the same time, it could get the information which is on the ground, just like you can see where my cursor is here. And then, back in the back end, there is some processes which are happening, some smart analysis of planning, and if you look at the field, we had good examples yesterday from Dr. Fue with the field machines. You look here, this kind of a drone trying to go in this maize field, at the same time trying to spot out the areas which need supply of fertilizer because of the inefficiencies. So this complexity, we know it drives and it pushes the agriculture, in whatever shape, to see that we have this productivity increasing. Now, getting to this data-driven takes a little bit a different shape, and we want to look at it in, why should we move on to this? Now, if I go ahead to share this, this is a report from GSMA, and this is a view with the first, I think these were the first cases of M. Kulima, before the M. Kulima, which we have in Tanzania, which has, if I recall well, around 6 million are registered on the platform. So this is not in Tanzania, it's a case in Kenya that dated almost, if I do remember, that's almost 4 years ago. So what was it all about? The thing is, farmers, they put a hotline where they could share their queries, what they would like to hear, what they would like to be served. And they are grouped here. You can see how the distribution they are. For instance, the highest one is what the farmers expect is how to protect. So these are the requests which the farmers want to know: where to buy, how to start or manage. They want to find some information, the marketing, where to get the help. Now, this is there's a presenter yesterday, for the audience, mentioning farmer-centric. So before we move on, as we mentioned yesterday, designing these, but what do the farmers, now if you look at here, how to protect, this clearly shows the farmers are more concerned of what to protect, and they want to see how to manage. So, and again, they want to see where to get the help before you move in, bring all those sophisticated machineries. And if you go further, I may come back to this later, but if you look at, how, now if you bring in the element of the data-driven and how we can transform the growers, this report, this BCG report, which breaks it down into 6 elements. So we're looking at the season planting, the input considerations, the pre-planting, all the way to the harvesting and post-harvesting. I'll show again later here. So this is a breakdown, and they define trying to gather information for agronomic, that's during the seasoning. Farmers want to be aware of that. They want to make decisions for the inputs, for the pre-planting, for the planting, for the crop evaluation and treatment. And also they want to have these decisions to guide them, as I mentioned earlier, on harvest and post-harvest. Now, there are different frameworks, and more of these frameworks get into defining the food value or the value of the systems and agriculture. For instance, I got the report from Tanzania Agriculture Development Bank, and there is already an implemented, how they defined this value chain, which is more on the financing, the finance approach, but more the elements here. I won't go into the details here, but I'm just giving a view of how you can look at it. There are 2 cases. The lines that you see here, they're showing the flow of the data. Those are the black bold, and then the dotted ones, the flow of the financial. Now, if you look at the flow of the data, that is like from the AMCOs, this is agriculture cooperatives. This is the umbrella where the farmers, of course, they are registered. Then their information goes to the farms, and their information goes to these silos where they do harvest. They do send their produce. Their information goes to the Ushirika. Now, why is the information not going to other areas like the bank or so? So already we know there are some inefficiencies. Now, for this integrated data-driven, that means the final person, the consumer, definitely needs to have this information, needs to be well, helped based on what I shared earlier here. If you remember, what they expect, where to get the help, how to manage. So I'll draw closer to this other transformation, which is more focused on the value chain. So I'll try to explain it as much as I can. Now, if you get down to the farming itself and you break it down, there are many processes, right? The time you put in the inputs, the seeds, until the time you take it to the farm. Now, there's one of the inefficiencies which breaks in here are because we believe as long as you give the farmers the good quality seeds, and then you come back and you get to sell their market, which is pretty good, and that is perfect. But something is happening here. And that is why when you get back to what I shared here, they want to know how to protect. I'll keep on reminding you. They want to know how to protect, what to start and what to manage. So, and where is that? That is something which is in between here, and that falls, as you can call it, into the advisory and extension services. That's where having this gap is a good agriculture practices which you're monitoring. And now, for the extent that we can get it to real time, and then we have the product estimation, and then having this de-risk, and made this little green, like you're looking at the insurance, they want to be assured of their produce, the weather, the disease, the market. Now, it goes further, there's a supply chain, how it's controlled, how it's the value addition, the process to the market. And now the financial, which has been a very huge burden, a very huge burden loader. The financial, that includes the MNO, these are the mobile network operators. That's where you have the very big boom of other fintechs which come in here to support, like the farmers, giving them loans or working with other institutes, the banks, to give them loans, money such that they can buy the inputs. Now, the information which is important here is something which you have always focused on. And getting back to the problem again, how do you get to that? Now, already there's some, I'll share another more framework of the agriculture intelligence that we look at here. And this tends to cover and capture how the movement of the data itself, looking considerations of what are the priorities to pay on, or what are the risks which you have to give priority is. Now, when we look at this in this broad way, at least it gets us a step further on where to pay attention to. It becomes odd as a researcher or as somebody who wants to step into, helping maybe the farmers and just out of the blue, just come out of the solution. But having this big picture, I'll also give more clue on how we look at it in terms of, how the data, as we can define it. So let me jump to that. If you look at Africa, this is a BCG report. If you look at Africa, we have more than 50 countries, of course. But now, if you remember, we had a presentation yesterday mentioning about the startups, where the startups are concentrated. We have the North, Egypt, we have Nigeria, that's West, East Africa, Kenya, and then you go South, that's South Africa. Now, already there are cases, there already, the situation there defines what you see when you see these startups, which are organizations or companies, because such report defined that most of these companies are actually private. So they can give us a clear clue. But now the data itself, or the digital maturity, that's where we define. It's the overlay which you see here tries to give you the picture that there are areas where it's really robust scaling. That means if you have this idea and then you take it to Kenya, the chances of that product service to scale out is much higher than the chances of maybe bringing it to Tanzania. So that's the same applies to even other regions. Now, of course, we can say we can define what will be more successful, but at least understanding this case, then you get to know. And that puts you in a position of defining what digital solutions you have to give. Again, breaking down into the advisory service, the ones that will accelerate the market, or the ones which get in as financial services. So these are the things that we, pay or try to look at and pay attention to that eventually come to give us a leap forward. So the goal is let them get together. We need to put them together. This is kind of the implementations. This is an image, the source is Mezzanine, which under the connected farmers of how they visualize their implementation of data-driven, where you have this triangle, where you have the access to the digital finance, the access to the buyers, the inputs, and then your access to the information. So this is how they visualize it. And all that, the solutions which you define here, it could be as one or integrated into something which you get to meet the demand of the challenge which is there. Now, let me give an example here. Just look at this case where you want to make it more like a real time. So real time in the sense that it's not, this could be in the case of like agriculture, sometimes we don't need on a daily basis. We need a span maybe of a week, or we need a span even 2 weeks, getting into the minimum on hourly. That's when you have the smart system with all the factors under consideration. But if you look at a case like here where take a case, this is a farm where you need to monitor, and it's coming late. Let me say coming late. We have what you call like contracts in farms. We have like sunflower, or we have sugarcane, where people, or even in irrigation schemes where people are in a defined area and they seasonally grow these crops. So the time they start is almost near the same, though there may be some span of 1 to 1 month or a few weeks or even a few days from the start until the time they harvest. Now, that is a good condition. Now, if you take a scenario like this, let's not look at this more separated farms. As we know, the farms are very tiny, so it becomes a little bit tricky. But an area, that's maybe say 1,000 hectares, but of course we have those farmers within there. And now you want to define, definitely you may need to define maybe the farm boundaries. And then by defining farm boundaries, there are many tools, which now you're getting to the position you have these tools which you can be able to monitor. And now, what are the conditions you're asking? For instance, the soil, the crop, and weather for these farms. Now you're getting down, okay, if we know that, then what are the risks or what are the crop monitor? Now this gets us to what we call the advisory, where what they're happening here, they are going to develop modules which may focus on predictions, they may focus on risk management, or even on crop management. But this doesn't only stop here. This kind of information is shared with two parties, that is the smallholders themselves, because they're getting the information on their farms. But not only that, we have this set of stakeholders highlighting the financial services or the M&O, and then we have the other contractors. So these confined or integrated gives you a picture, and that's how we visualize it, and that's how we get rid from a more confined specific one, which if you look at it in a broad way, gets us back, and we may find we may be struggling in adopting these data-driven innovations. So getting back to that, adding the value itself, as I get back to this, we definitely have to get back to the farmers. I'm wrapping up. So, and the case of this one here, which you saw, is by the factors which are, this is GSMO trying to show the mobile subscribers. So the penetration of these enables, now they're kind of comparing, I gave you the data-driven, the maturity. And so that just consider like the mobile. So the services which get onto the mobile, where they are, they also give a big picture of how you can implement and solve these challenges. So some of the way forwards, if we are to tackle these digital solutions, then of course, definitely there's a priority which you can give on the capacity, the talent. There's a lot of research which has to happen, but that doesn't have to stop there. It has to go in with the partnership. We're talking about initiatives with the research institutes, the mobile money network, or any organization. So you're creating this triangle because they're getting to understand and support each other. And we cannot forget the investment, because that's what drives it. And that's what leads to the movement of all this. And the other case is the strategies which you have. Those are the authorities, the regulators, the government. And so it's not paying attention to one, but paying attention, to all. So yeah, so thank you. So you can connect with me. And if you have any questions, I'm also welcome for that. Thank you. Back to you, Isa.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's see if we have any questions. We do recommend using the Q&A functionality option so that everyone can view your question, and it can either receive a written answer or a spoken answer. We'll just give a minute for any questions to come through. In the meantime, can we confirm that Dr. Thomas is with us and is a panelist?
Yes, some of the participants are asking to ask their questions verbally. So if anyone has a question, they can just use the raise hand button so that they can be given a mic to speak.
Yes, Dr. Devota, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak now.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
It's a bit faint. Could you move closer to your microphone?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's good that some of the concepts are merging. We are actually somehow speaking same language when it comes to interaction with the farmers and etc. And I like from the presentation that the Dennis have been able to show us that even farmers themselves are data driven. They rely on data, they look on the data, and that brings me to my concern that our goal now becomes to make sure how now does AI come in to support what the farmers already have. So we definitely would not create new things which farmers are not aware of, but rather solutions which are going to accelerate and support whatever initiative that is already in place. Now, my question comes on the integration part. We have seen the different components, and now I wonder how complex it is for the AI component itself to come up with a solution which can integrate some or most of those components so that we can be able to bring a one-stop shop for the farmers to be able to access probably majority of the services that they require. So how efficient can that be done? And maybe what initiatives can be put in place? What are the roles of the private and what is the role of the government when it comes to integrating these various AI solutions to bring up a one-stop shop for the farmers? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devota. That's a good question, and I think when we discuss about it, probably it could take a whole day. But just to wrap it up, a one-stop shop, and the other thing they integrated. But before that, you mentioned about how do you bring in AI in this matter. Now, of course, before we rush into moving into AI, understanding the problem, that's the first thing, and having a well-established data or information which will enable the application of the AI, that's another thing. So before we think of this, maybe we have to look at that. And that's when we think about the strategies. So are we going to look at the available information? And luckily enough, what I should say, the information which we tend to think directly, sometimes we have looked at it in a different approach. We have like alternative data. Let me give an example. The geographical information or the geographical spatial data, it's a very powerful tool. Let me give an example. Facebook, for instance. We are in the period of census, right? And surprisingly, we don't have to count people one by one, but instead we can get to predict the estimated number of people in an area. So that analogy, if you take it back to the field, the same thing which you can look at that. So what does it answer? One, it draws us to what we need to focus on. And then from that, we know what to pay attention to. So do we need to pay attention to emphasizing on coming up with these detection tools, all that? So that is one thing. So look at it from above and then getting down, that is the other one. Now, getting to one stop, it's a very tricky thing. You definitely need a platform. I call it a platform. a platform which will bring at least 3 entities, because we know the farmers, to get fully served, they need like loan. So the platform should have that element of finance. They need the information of the advisory. The platform should have the element of advisory, and they need a market. Now, if you want to begin that initiative, that will be good. But if somebody steps in there and says, I'm going to put up this platform and I'm going to handle all that, so you're going to move out and you're going to talk to all these parties. That's why I mentioned this element, like imagine if we have, you have these partnership initiatives, and the university, like in UDOM and Nelson, they stand at a very good position where you can go out there, speak to Vodacom. You can go out there to speak to this startup, which is maybe in Dodoma in Arusha, and let's sit and table down the problem which we have. So that is how I can answer that. It's not a well-defined, it's not the end of the solution, but that's how we can visualize that. Otherwise, I'm also open for further discussion of that. So Issa, there's another question it says very insightful. What are your thoughts on?
I'll have to pause you there, Dennis. I would request you answer that question
thank you.
The typing, because physically we have Dr. Thomas present, and here I was looking for him virtually. So I would like to pass it on to the physical team present there to invite Dr. Thomas to stage while I quickly read a part of his biography. Dr. Thomas works with the ITU, coordinating and managing the AI for Good ML5G activities, and as an advisor of the ITU focus group on autonomous networks. He received a PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Yokohama National University, Japan. During his studies, he was awarded the Japanese government scholarship and was also a recipient of grants for non-Japanese researchers from the NEC CNC Foundation and a visiting researcher at the NEC Data Science Research Laboratories. Prior to joining the ITU, he worked as a research engineer in the engineering department of Microwave Factory Company Limited, Tokyo, Japan. I'd like to invite Dr. Thomas to take the stage and continue with his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me just bring up the slides. Okay, I believe you can see my slides. So thank you for the nice introduction. I'm Thomas Pascolo. I work at the ITU. And just a quick maybe background to set the stage of my talk. The title of my talk is Crowdsourcing AI and Machine Learning Problem Solving for Sustainable Development. So before I introduce ITU, maybe I just have to put the perspective. ITU is a United Nations specialized agency. So United Nations is an intergovernmental organization. It's made up of different governments of the world, and it has different mandates. But I would like to highlight the fourth mandate to promote sustainable development. And I'll talk in my next slide what sustainable development is and how our solutions or how our projects is promoting sustainable development. And if you know about UN, maybe if you don't know, I can just put a quick intro. There are several funds and organizations under UN. You have the UNHCR for refugees, you have UNDP for development, and other organizations. And in terms of specialized agency, these are international organizations that are not really UN, but they are under United Nations, and they work to promote specific goals. For example, you have Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, to promote sustainable agriculture and food security in the world. You have ILO for labor, WHO, I guess everyone knows now WHO because of COVID, which has been promoting public health. And ITU is the specialized agency for ICTs. So we are committed to connect the world, to connect the unconnected. And for me, part of my department, we are working on the AI for Good. So how can we use AI as a tool to promote sustainable development or to promote the achievement of the SDGs, which are the Sustainable Development Goals? So as I already introduced about the sustainable development, this is, I would say, a very, this definition is quite compressed. So development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the future. So as we want to develop, we have the technology or we have other tools that we can use to develop, but we don't want to, I would say, to compromise what the future is going to be. Now we are talking about environmental issues. It's hot in some countries where it wasn't as hot. You have floods in places where there were no floods. So we would like to minimize this so that we have a good future for the next generation. And to promote sustainable development, the UN came up with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which are 17 goals. And I'm not going to go into it. If you want to know more about it, you can Google it, they are everywhere. And I will put the perspective on what AI can help to achieve some of these goals. And also, my talk is on crowdsourcing. So I would also like to just put a perspective on what crowdsourcing is. This is the practice of engaging a group or engaging a crowd for a common goal. The common goal can be innovation, problem solving, efficiency, and anything else that you can think of. If you want to engage a group to achieve some goal, some specific goal, that's crowdsourcing. And also it helps in cost saving. Now, in our case, there are several process. I think this is the, I can say, simplified process. You have an idea, you try to engage the crowd comes up with solutions or innovations, and you can choose the best solution to solve your problem. So that's the simple cycle for crowdsourcing. And in our case, we are using the same cycle or the same process for AI problem solving. And another perspective, ITU, as I said, is a UN organization, and people would ask, what is the UN doing with AI? And in our case, we have three, I would say, three main parts or three activities that we're engaged in terms of machine learning or AI. We have the pre-standardization activities because ITU develop international standards. For example, numbers, your phone number. For Tanzania is +255, right? So for Tanzania to be +255, it means it's the ITU that made this possible. It's an ITU standard. And to watch videos, some of the media coding techniques, maybe if you have studied H.264 or JPEG for your photos, this is also part of ITU IEC ISO standard for media coding. So we have the pre-standardization activities, and we have the AI for good, and then we have the ITU challenges. And currently I'm managing the ITU challenges, and we have 3 challenges on the way. We have the machine learning 5G challenge, we have the Geo AI challenge, and the TinyML. So I would like to explain more about some of these activities. First, starting with the pre-standardization activities. So in pre-standard activities, we have what we call focus groups. These are groups where people meet to discuss current trends in technology and how we can provide some kind of standards to that technology. So for example, we have AI for health. So what AI for health is doing is that they're producing an assessment framework for health diagnosis and treatment decisions. So if you, for example, students of UDOM come up with an AI application and say, okay, our AI can diagnose malaria, or our AI can diagnose tuberculosis or something else. So this assessment framework is going to assess your machine learning model and benchmark them to make sure that they are at par with the decisions that a doctor can do. So this is one of the things that we are doing. And we have also on the other side, the AI for autonomous and assisted driving. Nowadays, if you Google about autonomous vehicles or vehicles that can drive themselves, you have many companies that are doing this. But how can we assess that these autonomous vehicles can drive on the road? Because if you are a driver here, you need to get a driving license from the government. They issue a driving license. But if a vehicle is driving on the road autonomously without a driver, how can we make sure that it will follow the rules? So this group is, I would say in quotes, trying to make rules or trying to make a driving license for cars that can drive themselves. And we have other activities, for example, AI for natural disaster management, how we can manage natural disasters using AI. We have AI for environmental efficiency and several other activities. So that's one of the activities. And the second one is AI for good. And the idea of the AI for good is to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. And this is nowadays is OEA, always online. So we have several activities that happens throughout the year. Every week you have some activities under the AI for good that is happening. And the goal of the AI for good is to identify the practical applications of AI and scale these applications. So not just you can have a very good solution in Tanzania or in UDOM, but some of these solutions can be scaled in other countries, can be useful in other countries. So for example, if you are doing maybe mosquito detection or mosquito that you can detect malaria causing mosquitoes, it's not like only Tanzania that has problem with malaria. Other countries also have problem with malaria. So if you have these kind of nice solutions, the AI for good can scale these for global impact and also to accelerate progress towards the UN SDGs. And these are the products. I think I will not go much into it, but I would like to go into much detail for the challenges, because this is where I think most of you could be interested in. So what we are working on, first I would start with the GeoAI challenge. And in the GeoAI challenge, the idea is that we would like to use machine learning and artificial intelligence for geospatial solutions or to impact in the geospatial space. And in this challenge, we are working with the UNICEF, FAO, UN Open GIS Initiative, Qatar University, and other partners. And about the GeoAI challenge, I think one of the problem statement is on school mapping with big data. And if maybe some of you don't know, but there is a project by ITU and UNICEF called Giga Project. So the Giga Project is mapping schools in the world, the whole world, to make sure where there's a school, it can be a primary school, it can be a secondary school, it can be a university, and find the locations and also connectivity. If it can be connected to 3G, 4G, or 5G, or there's no connectivity. So once the mapping is done, the government can come up with solutions how to connect these schools to the internet. And in this problem statement, participants are supposed to come up with machine learning or deep learning solutions that can help identify schools in the world by using satellite images. So you'll be given satellite images, and you can use these images to develop your machine learning or deep learning solutions to identify schools. And if you can connect this one, it means that you are targeting number 4. This is SDG number 4 on quality education but also you can also maybe find other, I would say, SDG that you can target by just using this problem statement only. Another one is on cropland mapping with cropland mapping with satellite images. So you are given satellite images to map the extent, the annual crop extent, and also to find the crop intensity. You'll be given satellite images, and you can find out what kind of crops grows in a certain area and to what extent. So this can help decision makers to see where there is maybe hunger, so that they can intervene. And this problem statement is between ITU and FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. So it's not only helping you to get skills for machine learning or deep learning, but also is to help decision makers and to impact the world in a different way by using your skills. And another one is on location mention recognition from social media, crisis-related information. So you are given disaster text, this is tweets, and then you can use them to identify the location. You get out the location and the type of disaster. And this also the application of the machine learning or deep learning skills for crisis-related innovations. So as you can see, these kind of problems that you can solve, you can really apply to the SDGs directly. And it means that can be applicable in any other country. For example, we had for the crisis related, there was a cyclone Idai, yes. So you have some of the tweets from Cyclone Idai, and also fires from US. You have another crisis in Colombia, another crisis in Philippines, another in India, flooding in India. So you find that you have more information from all over the world, and you can map different types of crises. And it's not only application to Africa, but you can see that you can apply the same kind of technology to different parts of the world, and it works across the board. So it means that if you participate in one of these challenges, you use your skills not only to find solutions for your specific country, but you can really, I would say, contribute to something big in the world. And I would also want to go about the TinyML challenge. And this is very unique challenge. Why is it unique? Because the idea or the rationale of the challenge is that participants are supposed to develop a smart weather station. And you ask me, why a smart weather station? If you can see on the image here, in Africa, if you can compare, right, the blue, red, and green dots, these are weather stations. And if you can see the intensity, the numbers in Africa are quite low. And the number of weather stations in Africa is almost same as the number of weather stations in Germany, which is quite sad. And one of the problems is that the weather stations that we have moving parts. So for example, to measure wind, you have the anemometer, something that moves, that spins. And depending on the number of spins or how much it is spinning, it can detect the wind speed. And then we have the wind vane, which shows the wind direction. And for the rain, you have the rain gauge. So these pieces have moving parts. And once these moving parts breaks, it's difficult to replace them. And our weather stations becomes useless. The idea of this challenge is that participants should come up with a smart weather station, a rugged solutions with no moving parts. How can you come up with an AI solutions that has no moving parts? So we go into the world of TinyML. So TinyML is using low cost and low power devices, such as I would say the Arduino board, the Raspberry Pi. These are the embedded devices. So you use these embedded devices with their sensors for inference. So you are going to develop your machine learning model and deploy it in these low power devices. And the good thing about the low power devices, they can work anywhere because you don't need to connect them to electricity. They can run on battery or solar, and you don't need to connect them to the internet. So you have an advantage that you have security. They are secure because they are not connected to the internet. And it's also low latency in terms of the machine learning model inference time, because the model is on the device and it's not online. So you have also inference, and of course you have power because it's battery powered, so it can be in the field for 6 months or 1 year without replacing the power itself. So, and the good thing about this problem statement is that if you want to participate, it means you learn the end-to-end machine learning techniques. From design, you have to design the system. Data collection, you have to collect the data. Model selection, you have to see, okay, I have this type of data or information from this sensor. What kind of model can work with my data set? And then you train the model, and then you put it on the device. So inference, you run it on the device. So that means you have the whole pipeline. And I think it's one of the nice problem statements. So in this case, this is what I was discussing, that first you have to come up with the edge device. So what kind of device you want to use, and what kind of models. And then you acquire the data, you get the training, and you test it. And of course, some of the use cases also you can use with this kind of skills that you get. You have conservation at the edge. So there are some colleagues who are working on TinyML for elephant tracking. They use machine learning model on the edge, first to detect sound. They use the microphone to detect sound. So there's machine learning models that are on the devices to detect sound. If there's a human sound, it will alert I would say the people in the park to see that there's poachers. If it's maybe drinking, or the camera can see if the elephant is drinking or is healthy, and also the temperature, the humidity, to make sure that the animals are healthy. That's one part. Another one is on the precision beekeeping. We have some students in Kenya who are using these devices for beekeeping. So they monitor the beehive. Instead of the farmer going to the beehive every day to monitor the health of the bees, they just use these tiny devices, and it sends them the message every time. If there's something happening, a problem, it sends them a message. Or if they just want to see if the beehive is healthy, it's also happening by using these techniques. And also you have the mosquito detection and identification. You can use this TinyML to identify if it's a malaria-causing mosquito or not, and there is other kind of technologies. And in terms of the machine learning 5G challenges, we have several. I would say I wouldn't want to go there, but I'll send information on how you can access this. But you can learn skills such as federated learning. You can find maybe location estimation, classification, and other techniques that you can learn by participating in these challenges. So the challenges are open and anyone can participate. So if you want to practice your skills that you have learned in classes, you want to put them in practice, you want to compete with others from all over the world, please subscribe and participate. And of course, we have prizes, and also we have awards, and we have roundtables. We help students who are struggling with mentorship, and also we have hands-on sessions. We give baseline code and models so that you can get started easily. And yeah, and on top of that, we provide free compute. So if you are struggling with your compute, we have the IT Challenge Compute platform, which is free of charge. You have access to, I would say, good GPUs, because these are Tesla V100, 32 GB of RAM for the GPU. So, and you have access to the Jupyter Notebook, or you can use the Python IDE, up to you, whatever you like. And we can connect via Slack. as well as you can join the challenge, the conversation, and of course, here's my email. So I would like to finish my presentation here, and I'm okay for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. Let's see if there are any questions. I will prioritize looking at questions in the Q&A functionality. So if you do have any, please drop them there. I see a hand up. Let's see if we can bring them through. Yes, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Okay, thank you, presenter, for the nice presentation. I'm interested with you, the way you have presented, but I'm having some few questions. The first one, you have mentioned about the pre-standardization of the work. So I want to know if someone have developed the solution, which steps he or she is supposed to take so that he can standardize the solution. Another question is on the ML. You have mentioned that with the 10 devices or the edge devices, they can work maybe up to 6 months using just the battery without being powered. So I hope you are familiar with those devices. So I want to know about the storage capacity for those devices. So are you storing the sensitive information in those devices, or once they sense or once they detect, they just send the information somewhere? So I want to know how you manage those devices without being powering or being connected to the large servers. And the last question, you have mentioned that ITU can support getting the free GPU access for maybe for the development process of the ML models. So suppose I need to get, how am I going to get those free access? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the nice questions. The first one on the pre-standardization. So if you have some technology, there are 2 ways. One, you can patent it. So you get IP for your technology. I think that's what most people do. You patent, and patenting, you can, every country has their own registration ministry, that where you can submit your technology and you can patent your technology. Another part, if you want to standardize with ITU, you can join one of these activities. They are free of charge for everyone. You are welcome to participate in the meetings. And I think each meeting has its own way of handling things, and they can help you accordingly. So if you are in AI for Health, you have to join the AI for Health meetings, and they are free for everyone. You can just find on the ITU page on the information about this kind of groups. The second one was on the, you talked about the inference data storage, I think the capacity. In terms of these devices, for example, you don't really need to store information. The only thing you store is the model. So once you train the model, you define your metrics. For example, maybe you need an accuracy of 95%, or some people get accuracy of 98, 99%. Once you get your model to that level, you would deploy it on the tiny device. So once you get this information, for example, if you are reading temperature information or humidity information, if it's too humid, then your model is supposed to send some information. So the only thing that the model does is that it receives the information from the environment. The sensors sense, they get the data reading, and it doesn't keep it. But once this threshold that you define is over, then it sends that information that, okay, now it's too humid. For example, in the case of beekeeping, right? So if the beehive, the humidity is supposed to be, let's say 50%. If it's more than 50%, becomes too humid. So when that one is triggered, then it sends the message to the owner that, okay, now it's too humid. If it's the classification, for example, there's so much noise, but the model cannot recognize the noise because it's only trained on human noise. So if it's human noise, it's yes or 1. If it's non-human noise, it's a 0. So if it's a 1, then it sends a message, okay, 1. So the park security will come and check maybe there's poachers because the model sense that there's human noise. So it's quite easy. You don't need to save so much data, only the model. And the last one, in terms of the accessing the compute, ITU challenge compute, you can just email me on the email I've placed here, and we can have further discussion because this IT compute is under my team. So we are taking care of the compute, so you don't need to worry about it. Once you want to develop your models, we ask you some few questions and ask you to do some few steps. Once you are clear, you can access them and develop your models. So just get in touch with me and everything will be sorted out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response.
If there are no more questions, I think it's time for break.
Yes, I don't see any other questions, so let's head for a short break. We will reconvene at 11:25 for our next set of presentations that will start at 11:30. If there are any questions that pop up in that time, please feel free to use the Q&A functionality to drop a question, and we will make sure our panelists are able to share. There is one question that has come in regards to how people can access the recordings. These are being live streamed on YouTube. So if you go to the University of Dodoma SAIV channel, I'm sure someone will be able to drop a link in the chat for that. You will find the streamed video recorded and stored on YouTube, and we will be uploading it later as well in case the full video has not been streamed. Thank you so much and have a good break, everyone.
Jamani, za mida tena, nadhani ni muda wa chai sasa. Kapate chai na turudi kwa wakati.
Hello, everyone. Yes, for those who are new, my name is Gloriana Monko, and I'm a colleague of SR on the part of moderating the sessions. So before we start our next sessions, I would ask Awad if he's present, Awad Magemo. So yes, Awad, get ready for your presentation. Yeah. So in 4 minutes, I'll start introducing you first, and you should be ready to continue just after I introduce you. Thank you. Now, what you can just go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay.
Just wait for 2 minutes and then we'll begin.
Let us have seats so that we can start our session. For it.
Well, Dr. Matogoro, I hope everyone is back on your side. We are resuming on our next sessions. And I will start introducing Awad Magemo, who is the next presenter. So yes, Awad Magemo is a tutorial assistant at Mbeya University of Science and Technology, Department of Information System and Technology, but he is also a postgraduate student taking Masters of Science in Information Technology as a finalist. So I would like to welcome Awad to give us a presentation. So Awad, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Gary. Yeah, as I have been introduced, that I'm a postgraduate student taking Masters of Science in Information Technology at the University of Science and Technology. Yeah, I'm working with a study related to agriculture, but basically livestock keeping, whereby I chose a poultry farming. And in poultry farming, we basically have two types of product you expect from poultry, that is meat from poultry, but also eggs. So in eggs, I have decided to study on how to predict the eggs production based on hybrid variable. So in this week, I will discuss with you the method for predicting the eggs production based on hybrid variables. Okay, I will have the introduction, then methodology I use, then results and discussion, and finally the conclusion. Starting with the introduction, eggs production is an essential component in any country. Why do we say so? Because first, there is a component of protein in eggs, of which everybody needs it. So we say it's an essential component. But also, the eggs increase the economy of the country. Yes.
Awad, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we request you to turn off the video for the stability of your internet because you're breaking.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, if possible, you just turn off your video camera so that, yeah, we can just see your slides.
Okay, thank you. So it's an essential component in any country to have the eggs because of protein which is available in it. Then everybody will need it. And also it increases the economy of the country. Why? Because by having the eggs, we are able to create different types of foods, such as cake, as you can see. Some use eggs as a breakfast and so on. But also, it provides employment to the youth because several youth have engaged in this kind of production, and therefore it's kind of employment, and therefore increase the economy of the country. So that's why we need the eggs production to be managed well, because of these advantages to the country. But you have statistics of this production based on different continents. Starting from Asia, you can see the Asia is leading by having 62% of the production, followed by American, and then Europe, and then Africa, and then Oceania. But you can see Africa is still in an infant stage because the production is very low, about 4%. So we can say that is an infant stage. While the eggs consumption per capita kept on increasing each year. That means we need to improve the production of eggs. As you can see, the production is low, but the consumption kept increasing. In solving that problem, several studies have been conducted, but all of these studies are from abroad. For example, Felipe conducted a neural network model to predict a total egg production. And another study is the RI4Lstm to predict the laying rate using environmental variables. Another study is fuzzy logic to predict eggs production with limited sample data. Another study is SCVM method to conduct a detection of problems in eggs production. But all of these studies conducted basically from the abroad, and they use a data set from the abroad. So we need to solve the problem of Africa, especially in Tanzania, because also we need these eggs for improving our economy, as well as improving the amount of or availability of food in our country. So in this study, we're proposing the Lstm model that will use hybrid factors to predict eggs production. When you talk of the hybrid factor, it means that there is an environmental factor and a biological factor. Environmental factor is also known as an external factor, and the biological factor is also known as internal factor. When we are raising the chicken, we need to consider all of these factors. And raising the chicken or eggs production is a time series event, and it's a non-linear activities. During all those times, these environmental factors and biological factor need to be maintained. For instance, the chickens start laying when they are in 16 weeks or up to 20 weeks. It's where now they are starting to lay eggs. And during that times, the eggs production is low. The production is low. The second phase, which starts from 32 weeks, maybe up to 52 weeks, the eggs production keep on increasing. About 80% of chicken in the farm are capable of laying. And the last phase is when the eggs start laying at the age of 53 weeks up to 72 weeks. So now the eggs production start becoming low. So during all those three phases, we need to manage well the production. So in managing the production, we need to consider all these environmental factors and the biological factor. And the environmental factor, we check the temperature, light, humidity, and the ammonia. And for the internal factor or biological factor, we check for the egg, age, feed intake, body weight, and so on. These factors need to be maintained well. So the previous study, some of the study considered only the environmental factor, but the other study considered only the internal factor. For proper management, all these factors need to be maintained as a whole. So this work presents the Lstm model that will use the hybrid factors to predict the eggs production. For the data collections, a total of 1,080 data points based on 7 hybrid variables were collected from 3 post farms at Mbeya, Tanzania. And this activity started from February 2022 to June 2022. The first farm consists of the chickens with the age of 20th week to 38 weeks. And the second farm consists of the chickens with the age of 39th to 52 week. And the third consists of the chicken with the age 53 week to 72 weeks. And also these chickens were exposed to sunlight in the variation of 5 to 9 hours. In selecting the feature importance, as we said that several features were used. Random forests were used to identify the dependence between input variables and the output variable, and then selecting the best variables to be used in the model. And then from this random forest, the importance value of each variable is calculated by using the Genie index, which is derived from the RF due to its capability of measuring the importance of variables. The Lstm network, the one which is used in this study, it's an algorithm which is used to predict the egg production. So this is a type of recurrent neural network that is capable of learning to store large amount of information with high speed. As you can see, the architecture of Lstm in that diagram, the output of the Lstm at any particular point of time is depending on three things. First, the current long-term memory of the network, which is known as the cell state. And then the output of the previous point in time, which is known as previous hidden state. And then the input data at the current time stamp. So there are three inputs in the Lstm network, which are used to provide the true output again. So the model, the Lstm model for prediction of egg production was developed based on carriers. The input data was first converted into supervised learning data, and the data processing and normalization were used to divide training data and testing data. And then the model was defined using the sequential model in Keller. The model contained hidden layer with 100 neurons, and the input was variable with 4 hybrid variables and an egg per day as an output. And in this model, I have used a loss function as mean square error, and the optimize as Adam. Then the model was trained and iterated 200 times before making predictions. Now, this is the results and discussion after we have processed 80% of the data were used for training and 20% of data for testing. This is a graph showing the different variables and how they are related. For example, day, age, weight, sunlight, feed amount, egg weight, eggs per day. As you can see in the diagram, there's a relation between these variable and input variables and output. The output is eggs per day. That means each chicken, how it will be able to produce an eggs per day. So by having feed amount, sunlight, and weight, that will predict the egg weight and eggs per day for each chicken. So that's the graph. Then we have part of the variable data after processing. And that from that figure 1 and table 1, we have seen, it can be seen that there is a big difference in the value between variables. Therefore, we need to scale those values and normalize so that the value will end up falling between in the range of 0 and 1. And that will enable facilitation of the analysis. Feature importance, as we said, that the random forest was used to select the feature importance, and the graph show the importance of each feature. And from the graph, you can see the age is leading, followed by the sunlight, weight, and then feed amount, and day. And you have the table here, the table which is an experimental result for the feature importance. From the table and the figure we have seen, it is clear that day variable has negligible influence in the egg production. As you can see that it is 0.024787. And therefore, the top 4 variable plus eggs per day variable, those will be used in the next experiment to predict the eggs production. Because you've seen the day has a negligible influence in the egg production. And from the graph, this graph shows the how actual values versus predicted values are fitted. And here you can see the prediction of eggs based on 5 variables affecting egg production is a suitable fit, as you can see in that diagram. You can see the picture is showing that the actual value and the predicted value are fitted well in that diagram. You can see the loss function. Also, the loss function shows that the training and test state overlap when this loss function start to converge when it reaches the 25 points, and after reaching 50, it remains constant until it reach 200 times. So this means that the model is working well, it's performing well on the prediction. And also you can say by having this kind of loss function, the model has high capability of generalizing the test set. From there now I have the comparative analysis. This comparative analysis shows other proposed model and the proposed other previous model, which were proposed by other researchers, and this work. For example, if you see the neurophase, which was proposed by CIDFAG, have a mean metric error, a mean error of 0.019 with the accuracy of 0.81. Phase has an error of 0.117 with the accuracy of 1.0. RI for Lstm have an error of 0.015825, but the accuracy was not clearly reported. In this work, the Lstm model, which is proposed, is having the error of 0.00029 and an accuracy of 1. So from that table, it can be seen that the first model is good accuracy of 1.0, but it is having higher error of 0.1174. While the proposed model in this work shows a high accuracy of 1.0 with a very minimum error of 0.00029. So this shows the significant ability of this model to predict the egg production. To conclude, therefore, this work scrutinizes various factors that improve the high performance of Lstm models for predicting egg production in poultry farms. The age showed a high impact on the production of eggs per day for a chicken, but the days have minor impacts on the production of eggs. So the proposed model achieved the accuracy of 100% with a very, very small error of 0.0029. This evaluation indicates that the Lstm model has a great capability of predicting the egg production. The advantage of this model is that it's going to serve as a tool for extension officers, poultry farmers, market managers, and agriculture personnel who are involved in policy making regarding to poultry. It can also be used to plan for the future market in order to optimize the poultry business. However, there's a need to improve this model in order to establish the effectiveness of this model. As we have seen that from external factor, only sunlight were used, while you are having other external variables such as carbon dioxide, ammonia, and temperature, and so on. But in this model, we have used only sunlight. So in further study, other external factors such as temperature, carbon dioxide, dust, humidity should be combined with the internal factors in this model so as to strengthen the model and therefore to improve the production in the country. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Awad, for your nice presentation. So we give some more time for questions. So please raise up your hand if you want to be given a mic to speak, and you can also type your question in Q&A window. And for the on-site, Dr. Madogoro will be moderating on that particular aspect.
Thank you so much, Claude, and I welcome anyone with a question can reserve, and then once the time comes, we can ask. Thank you. Do we have another presenter, Claude, your side? Thank you.
So yeah, we have Eric Semindo. Let me allow Eric Semindo to.
Yeah, before that, we have one question we can take whilst we are waiting for the next presenter. Thank you. Welcome, Sarim.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the nice presentation. But I have one question for you. You say your model accuracy was 100%, right? Accuracy. But I just want to ask, how many algorithms did you test for your model? And what the accuracy of those algorithms? And also, I think your model is overfitted. Yeah, you cannot get 100% for your model. This is not correct. Can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
Awad, back to you. If you'd like to answer.
Yeah, I've stated, I've used only one algorithm, which is the Lstm algorithm. And also there's a need of collecting more data. The data is not enough. Therefore, more data need to be collected in order to strengthen the model. That's why also there is an overfitting in the model. So in the future, we still need to collect more data in order to improve our model.
Thank you, Awad, for wonderful reply. So we encourage you improve that so that it can also be replicated because your study is very critical and it's contributing a lot, as you mentioned in your background statement. Do we have any other input from the on-site? So we have another follow-up question. Claude, maybe we give
We
more.
have an online participant. Yes, Eric Semindo. Eric Semindo, you're welcome to ask your question, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Awad Magemo, for the nice presentation. I just have a question that I would like to pose. So the algorithm, and as you presented, it will be very beneficial, but we have witnessed, I know in Mbeya and many parts in Tanzania, like there are sometimes that maybe business or some kind of agriculture activities that may groom and may attract a lot of people, ending up to having a lot of commodities in the market. So in watermelon business, in pineapples, sometimes maize and tomatoes, and then the farmers might end up having, facing losses. So I was just wondering, did you take into consideration? And so the previous question, like the model is 100% accurate. Let's assume we go with it like 98 or 95, and it's good and it's working. So the egg business is blooming right now. And did you take into consideration maybe how the model will be used, let's say, to regulate, like, or maybe you have another model that will take will help determine where exactly there is a deficiency of eggs. I don't know how to distribute the product from not only from production but all the way to the selling, to the market and everything, so as we can have a sustainable, as the theme goes, we can use the AI for sustainable development. We just don't want to have something and then it's good and we cannot use it.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Eric Simin. Yeah, basically my model is expecting to help the poultry farmer to improve the production by managing well the variable or factor affecting eggs production. So I ended up there by having this tool that is going to help those farmers to manage well the production. That means if a farmer know how to manage the availability of light in the farm, and then the nutrition, providing the required nutrition or feed intake, then he'll be sure that at the end of the day, the chicken will be able to lay. So this tool is going to help the farmer to be sure on his farmer that at the end of the day, I'm going to produce this amount of eggs because I'm sure that my chickens, all of my chickens will be able to lay the eggs as per the management of these variables. So I didn't go far to see how this is going to affect the market and so on, but the aim is to manage this production in the farm.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just have a small concern on the random forest algorithm. Like, how was it used for the feature engineering, feature selection? Just a small concern.
Yeah, the random forest, thank you very much for your question. The random forest was used to select the best feature. And it is used because the random forest has high capability of interpreting the result or generalizing the result. That's why I've used this random forest. And from there, I was able to see which variable has high influence in the production of eggs. I've seen the age, and then the body weight, and then the light, and they have high influence in the production of eggs. But from that algorithm also I've seen that days have, I can say it has influencing much in production. The number is very low. Even in the graph, you can see can share the graph.
So, Awad, we give just only 2 minutes to wind up this discussion, and welcome, Harrison.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. When you see in the graph, you can see the day have very low influence in the egg production. So from the random forest, I was able to capture the variable which have higher influence and the variable which have low influence in the eggs production. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Awad. And many questions means your study is very interesting. So keep it up, and then final it can help address the society challenge. Thank you. Back to you, Gloria.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matogoro. So our next presenter is Harrison Mariki. I'd like to introduce Harrison Mariki shortly. So Harrison is the Director of Partnership and Innovation at Afe Intelligence Limited, and also Supply Chain Advisory Consultant. And as he gets ready to join, I would like to read more of his bio. So yes, so Harrison has been helping to shape the in-supply health throughout.
Sorry, Glory. I
Yes.
think you have skipped the one presenter. Please.
Yes, yes, yes.
And ready. He's there.
Okay. So we have Harrison on board already, and he will be the next presenter. The other presenter is not around.
He's around. Sorry.
Available. I'm around.
Oh, the physical presenter?
Online presenter.
Who is that?
Aziz Akinolu.
Oh, sorry for that. So Harrison, we are sorry for onboarding you earlier. So let's allow the next presenter to go first, and then you follow.
No problem.
I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes, go ahead and share your screen. Sorry, you having any difficulties?
No, I'm putting up my slide, and it's coming up now.
Okay.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akinolu Aziz Olawale. I'm the head of the ICT unit at Fountain University, Osogbo, Nigeria. And I'll be presenting a research titled Mobile-Based Deep Learning for Yam Disease Diagnosis. And a brief introduction Tuber crops has played an important role in the food security and economy in many countries. And in many parts of Africa, tuber crops are more important than the grains and other vegetables, which constitute the staple diet for the masses. That means an average African man will prefer taking in a tuber crops such as yam, cassava, than grains and vegetables. And Nigeria is the world's largest producer of the yam crop by producing over 50 million tons of yam annually, according to Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And my figure 1 has shown these statistics, showing the year 2020 top producer of yam crops, and showing other countries such as Ghana, Benin, Togo in this regards. And many among other yam species are cultivated across the continent. We have different species such as water yam, white yam, and yellow yam. And however, this yam productivity, that is the yield in the West Africa, are decreased by 18.74% from the decade 2009 to 2019. That is in the 10.30 tons per acre, decreased to 8.37 tons per acre in 2009 to 2019. And similarly, in Nigeria, the productivity has also decreased by 23.47% from the year 2009 to 2019. So my figure 2 has shown this, has indicates this decrease in yam productivity. And the quantity and quality of this yam crop reduced due to the disease encountered by the yam crops, which affects the photosynthesis process and it disturbs the crop growth. And conventionally, a laboratory test or assistance from a crop expert is usually carried out, is usually required to detect these diseases in yam leaves. However, this process is constrained by cost and the real-time processing. So therefore, we need an intelligent system that can solve this problem, like an expert with an interactive display on mobile phones for easier operation by the crop growers. And previous research have demonstrated a method of automatic image recognition of crops in rice, wheat, bean, and tomato, and other cash crops. And this technology has also been used to demonstrate the classification of pests on crops, and as well as human diseases such as disease of the eyes, among many others. And the literature have shown promising results. However, the extracting feature is computationally intensive, which require expert knowledge for robust performance. In order to capitalize on the smartphone technology, our model must be fast and adapted to limited processing power. So in this view, we model our convolutional neural network with Tensorflow, which permits running deep learning model on Android efficiently, including an option to accelerate the hardware. So a brief discussion about yam disease. Disease in yam makes crops unpalatable for the consumer, and this makes the crop deviate from their normal growth. Diseases are caused by pathogens such as viruses, fungi, and bacteria. And this study, the 2 most common diseases were covered, which are yam anthracnose disease, yam mosaic virus disease. And in specifically the yam anthracnose disease, in some countries, they regard it as a natural happening, that is, they are caused by lightning, thunder lightning. And this is because after an heavy rainfall, the disease on some varieties of crops increase rapidly, from the occasional leaf spots to extensive blackening of leaves on the stem, and the plant may die. So yam anthracnose are sometimes also called dieback, and this is caused by the fungi presented above. And they are transmitted by water, and domain, family, and the genus are indicated above. And the disease symptoms goes towards a mild infection can lead to a small brown spot on the leaves. And as the leaves grow, also the spot become larger. And it also may develop a pale yellow margin on the leaves. So the young follicle are more susceptible to this disease, that is the yam anthracnose. However, when we have a case where in a farmland where the farmer just cultivates these crops and at the early stage, and where it is possible we have in high rainfall, it is likely we have this disease spread across to all crops in this farmland. And the second disease is the yam mosaic disease. And this is a result of infection of crops with yam mosaic virus. And this disease is transmitted by aphid. Aphid is just like an insect, and domain, family, and genus are presented above. And symptoms goes towards that we have a yellow and green patch that goes across the veins of the leaves, and the leaves are distorted in shape. And where we have severe, and symptoms might become severe where the leaves are greatly reduced, and the chlorophyll get damaged, resulting to chlorosis. And in our study, our data set are collected on the field, that is a commercial agricultural field in Osogbo, Nigeria, using an iPhone X camera with 12 megapixel and dual camera. And the size of these images have pre-processed to 224 by 224 pixels. So the entire yam leaves are roughly centered in a frame, and was photographed to build our data sets. And data sets were collected over 2 weeks, and over approximately 3,817 images were collected in this regard. And this data set contained indigenous species of yam in this region, such as Igongon, Efuru, Iwura, and Esuru. So the data sets comprised of 3 classes, which are manually classed by the field experts from College of Agriculture, Osun State University. And the classes are shown on table 1. We have total number of 3,817 images, and we class the training data. 74.3% of the data were classified for the training, 12.1% to validate, and 13.6% to test our model. And our model used a convolutional neural network with Tensorflow. So we record our deep learning model using the Python and Tensorflow. So we also deploy the custom model in our Android app using Android Studio, which entails the JavaScript and XML language. So we train our model with training data and evaluate the model with the test data. So the custom neural network was coded as TensorFlow Lite model, which was later imported to our Android Studio and implemented with simple mobile app for user API. So briefly, TensorFlow is a free and open source software library for machine learning and artificial intelligence, and it's peculiar to training and inference of deep learning networks. So TensorFlow library combines the various API and creates a deep learning architecture like CNN. So in order to capitalize on this smartphone technology, we adopted this framework to limit the processing power and increase the speed. So in simple terms, TensorFlow permits the running of deep learning model on Android efficiently, including options to accelerate the hardware. So figure 5 shows the architecture of our CNN with TensorFlow network. So this process involves taking the yam leaves as an input, and at the mid layer, which is the convolutional neural network processing, start by convoluting the layer. After convoluting the layer, a max pooling, 2D max pooling process occurs. And this process are done 3 times. That is, as indicated, we could see convolution layer 3 times and max pooling layer 3 times. So the outputs are being flattened and so that we can have a classification that is our diagnosed disease. So figure 6 presents our custom CNN model and the code, which was we adopted the Google Colab to develop to write in our Python codes. And the model performance of this the performance of the model used to detect this disease in yam leaves image were with the overall accuracy and overall accuracy of the training and validation of 94.4% and 77.8% respectively. This is shown on figure 7. And many researchers have used the level of accuracy as a factor to determine the performance of the model carried out. So this is a model validation we're talking about. And after 10 approach, we have the accuracy of the training data of 99.4% and a validation accuracy of 77.8 as earlier stated. So the testing process was carried out by the CNN model to obtain, so we obtain an overall accuracy of 81.7%. This is shown on figure 8. The model was evaluated with our test data, as earlier stated, comprises of 520 images. So out of these 520 images, 81% of these images were tested accurately. So figure 8 shows our model test using just a simple line of code, model.evaluate, and the test data, test_ds. And after these processes, our model was imported to a simple Android Studio, which was developed by the XML and JavaScript, and our application was built into an API, an APK application, APK file, which was installed on an user's phone. So this installation process is as presented on figure 9, yam disease diagnosis. After a complete installation, the last image by the right shows the actual app. So this application was tested by an agricultural expert and the farmers, and the live testing was done with this app on the field. So after testing, we have the images of the test as shown as above. So our application was able to detect the yam anthracnose, yam mosaic disease, and healthy crops was able to diagnose as a crop as an healthy crop. These images are shown on figure 10. And in conclusion, our Tensorflow model was used to detect the 3 classes of diseases frequently experienced by the yam crop, and the 3 classes of disease were yam anthracnose disease, yam mosaic disease, and the healthy. So the results showed an accuracy of 81.7% as earlier stated, and this result is superior to the effect of the previous study. So this study also created an interactive display using a Python graphical user interface to be operated more easily by the crop growers. Thank you for listening. And the APK app is available on the URL and can also be scanned with the barcode above. And my references are stated up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akinlolu. And I'm going to give only 3 minutes for the questions on site and online for those who want to ask verbally, but the rest of the questions should be directed on Q&A window since we are behind schedule, so that we can allow Harrison to continue with the presentation.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do we have questions, participants in the room? Yeah, the one is asking the question because also is the head of the coordination unit for healthcare. So this could also be something good. Also, welcome other participants if you have questions. Welcome, John.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Matogoro. Thank you, presenter, for the nice presentation. Can you go to slide number 15, please? If you don't mind. Slide number 15.
Slide 15, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we are there.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, I'm just curious to know, how did you divide your data sets into training, validation, test, and validation and test set? Because I see there's 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Why 0.1? Did you divide yourself or just automatic? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the division was done by the agricultural experts, and manually we separated the this data set. It doesn't follow any automatic process. It was done manually.
My question, why 0.1? Why 0.1?
Okay. The 0.1, the 12.1 is if you have a total validation data set of 461, and we have a total data set of 3,817, the answer we have there is 12.1%. That's mathematics, the percentage of the 461 over the total number of 3,817.
Okay, another question is on the performance metrics. Why did you use only accuracy? Why don't you test other metrics apart from the accuracy? Why accuracy?
Okay. We tested our model with accuracy as a simple metrics, which are being used by the previous literature. Accuracy is a simple metric that can be used for testing model, so it's adoptable.
So select because it is simple. You didn't test the other metrics.
The accuracy test for the truth positive and truth negative. So as earlier stated by the literature, is adoptable.
Yeah,
nevertheless, you can also do further study to test our model with other metrics. Thank you.
With the other metrics, yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I would like to give only 1 minute to Mark, so that we can wind up this session and welcome Harrison. Harrison, please get ready.
Thank you.
Mark, you can ask your question. You have been allowed to talk. Unmute your mic. Well, I guess there are no more questions. So if there are any questions, you can just direct to the question and answers window, and the speaker will be responding to that. So I would like to onboard Harrison Mariki for the next presentation.
Okay.
You can start sharing your presentation as I keep introducing you. So I will speak briefly about Harrison Mariki. He's a Director of Partnership and Innovation of Intelligence Limited and a Supply Chain Advisory Consultant. Harrison has been leading, designing, and implementation of transformative supply chain solutions to scale by applying human-centered design, continuous quality improvement, and adaptive learning principles in Tanzania, Kenya, Myanmar, and Indonesia. So that is a brief intro about Harris, and I would like to invite Harris to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Gloriana. Please let me know if you can hear me. I borrowed a headset. I don't know if it works.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, thanks. And thanks for that introduction. So again, my name is Harrison Mariki. By school, I am a pharmacist, and I've been involved in the healthcare space, particularly the providing technical advisory services, in the supply chain management of healthcare commodities. And currently I lead the partnership and innovation at Afia Intelligence. So that technically also makes me the CEO, because those are our main strategies. So we mainly focus on partnerships and innovation with the aim of developing innovations that would craft perfect healthcare experiences for individuals and communities in Africa. So I'm very happy and excited to be here to share with you what we are doing and what we envision to be doing in the next few years, and looking forward to learning more from you guys. Right, Afia Intelligence is a community-based fund. So we are based in Tanzania, and our vision is crafting perfect healthcare experiences for communities using legacy and modern technology across Africa. And we have two main strategies, which are innovation and partnerships. So our service offering is healthcare intelligence services. And as I move forward with the presentation, we'll hear a little bit more about those services. But we aim to do this acting lawfully, ethically, and with integrity. And I was happy to be part of the discussions yesterday, to listen in and hear the different views from different speakers on how we are preparing the continent to accepting the use of these new technologies. So Afia Intelligence, within the team, we have about 10 years experience within the healthcare technology and data management at all levels of the healthcare supply chain. We understand on how to work with government, the private sector, both institutions and actors within those space. We have on-ground experience in deploying technologies, but also making them adaptable to our local context. We recently won the National Healthcare Innovation Award that was organized by NIMRI, and that was for a chatbot that would help simplify the access of stock status notifications for primary healthcare providers. So the remaining part of the presentation will have these areas. So mainly the challenges that we are trying to address, or opportunities rather, the idea or hypothesis that we are working on currently, and some examples of how we are progressing so far. So the opportunity right now and why we are working on the interventions that we're working on. So for the past 6 to 7 years, many African countries have enrolled the use of health information systems. So that's the map there shows the countries that are using DHIS tool, for instance. But also in terms of logistics or supply chain components, the ELMIS also has been rolled out in several countries within Africa. Tanzania, we have DHIS2 widely used, as well as the ELMIS, which is used as the ordering and resupply system for all primary healthcare facilities, but also in the different warehouses. So at least the public health aspect, we have systems that have really improved our data sources for decision making. So the challenge now, or the opportunity, is now how might we first generate good insights out of this data, but also improve the accessibility and utilization of this data, so that it makes the investments that have already been made really reach the impact that they were intended to, which is to help now for us when we go to these primary healthcare facilities to access the services the way that, in a way that meets our expectations. What are some of the challenges that we are seeing related to accessibility and utilization of these data? So one, the volume of data has increased, but its utilization is still very low. Some of this data is still in siloed platforms, and it's when most of the healthcare providers, even managers, are forced sometimes to make decisions, gut decisions, because they lack the full picture. At the same time, the data managers, we have few data managers, and they are also involved in many other tasks. So the process of acquiring the data, doing the analysis is added time to their already busy schedules. So we need to find ways of first improving and the accessibility of this information, but also how the information is presented, and learn more on how we can innovate around feedback as well, to make sure that this system, most of them are collecting data from the lower ends, but how that data can feed back to the healthcare providers in time, and also making sure that those analytics are not just routine monitoring and evaluation data, but rather forecasts and foresights that really can help them predict on what could happen, and so save them time as well. So our hypothesis and what we have been working on currently is that we believe that by improving the data, because currently suboptimal data is leading to a lot of operational inefficiencies, and this is transcribed into higher distribution costs. You'll end up holding more stock when there is uncertainty, and it's a good practice, but it's costly for us, especially where we know that our budgets are already very limited. So holding any extra inventory while that same is needed for another facility is really sometimes not the best way to go. So how can we use data to help with that? Also, it's diminishing the service level. So our service rates are a bit low. And so there are a lot of defaulters, dropouts to these services as well. So we believe that there is an opportunity to innovate around tools to support all data accessibility, visibility, and analytics of the same. And by doing so, we'll be able to improve the forecasting, reducing the inventory costs, improve the client services, reduce the cost of distribution, as well as the cost of doing emergency resupplies. Because every time I miss a commodity and then next time I have to reorder and get it resupplied, there are additional costs, ordering costs, but as well as resupplying costs, which are also hurting the small budget that we currently are working on. So currently what we are doing is we're exploring partnerships for better analytics, access, and use of this performance data that is available to help within the monitoring and streamlining the operations within the healthcare space. So we want to transform the healthcare value chains across Africa. So currently what we are working on, we have been working on partnerships with the Ministry of Health, PureRag, and other implementation partners, both technology and as well as learning organizations, to develop processes and technology that puts the right insights in the hands of those who need it and the decision makers to drive proactivity throughout the healthcare programs. So we believe by continuing to work on this, we'll be able to develop control tower solutions that really integrate with the existing data and presenting easy to use performance management. Right. So at the end of what we are doing, we hope to have control tower solutions. So basically, that's the healthcare intelligence that we are building for Africa. To also build accessibility platforms for our partners to help with their feedback and streamlining the operations and also saving them costs. So for the past few months, we have been involved, for instance, with the immunization program here in Tanzania, helping out with the current monitoring and evaluation. So how we are helping is to develop analytics that more utilization focused in helping them to quickly understand where needs is and be able to act quickly. So we are helping with mapping utilization of different vaccines, for instance. We've been involved with mapping utilization or vaccination of the COVID-19 vaccines. And since our involvement, we have seen a tremendous increase in vaccination rates, but also we've been able to also to improve in terms of how we were looking at data previously, because we have a platform of doing different analytics and sharing that with the different stakeholders weekly, and then we get feedback. We see what type of visualization or analytics are interesting for them, and we are able to prepare that for them. The monitoring of trends is an interfield. Hello?
You're breaking, your internet is breaking.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, there was a
Yes.
call that came in and interfered. So I don't know if I have to go back or can I go ahead?
No, you can just continue.
Thanks. So we're helping with monitoring trends, monitoring forecasting accuracy as well. But also we are developing tools that really also help with accessibility of that information. So the innovation that helped us to win the award was now using the chatbot technology and integrating that with the existing electronic logistics management information systems. So once, for instance, a stockout notification is provided from the existing systems, we are able to share that through chatbots that are integrated within these social messaging platforms like WhatsApp. We are regenerating the documents that they need. So maybe something that I can give a brief background. Whenever, for instance, currently Tanzania is trying to address the stockouts issues. So there is a prime vendor model where healthcare facilities are allowed to procure commodities outside of the medical stores department, provided that there is no such medicine at MSD, so that they can fill in gaps. So, but to proceed for that, they need a stockout notification from the medical stores department. So we are currently working to make sure that that notification, they can quickly get it and automate that process. It used to take many days, but with this technology, we'll be able to do it within the day. We are also helping to look at data differently. So currently within the healthcare programs, most people are looking data reactively, looking on what has happened. So we are trying to transform that into now more forecasting. So giving them data to work on in case of like what would be needed for worst case scenarios and what will be needed for best case scenarios, or if the forecast happens as we have anticipated from the trends that we've been monitoring. Yeah, so what we are working on now, and these are partnership areas as well, is developing more predictive analytics to transform healthcare value chains across Africa. You can continue to visit our websites and follow through. We are also developing a talent database that will support more predictive analytics within healthcare. So I think the form will come up maybe tomorrow, where we'll be tracking those interested to do more predictive analytics so that we can continue to work them. And this will be also for student researchers as well, who are looking to do more in terms of doing better predictive analytics. And these are, we believe with better predictions and better plans, we'll be able to have better services. We are also working on the chatbots as a way of connecting the different stakeholders across, so the suppliers and the healthcare providers. And we believe this will be done at lower cost without adding added costs, because we believe most the chatbot has some use cases that we've continued to learn from that could really reduce some of the repetitive tasks that are done by for healthcare or supply chain management. In that free the manager's time and the provider's time to save us better as well. So these are two things that we are currently involved in as products that we are working on. And so we, like I said, more partnership and better innovations for Africa. Thank you so much. I was hoping this will be short so that we can have time to discuss. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Harrison. So I open a room for discussion. On-site participant, if there is anyone with question, Dr. Matogoro.
Thanks a lot, Glory. Guys, I hope you have heard the presentation from the Afro Intelligence. Anyone with a question? On-site participants, the floor is open for questions and discussions. I might pick someone randomly anyway.
Oh, we have a question here. We have a question online.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, let me go first. So yeah, we have a question from Ridhiwan Imseya. How do you access all the available health data? Back to you, Harrison.
Yeah, so we do that by, like I said, partnering with the Ministry of Health, PureRag, but also implementing partners who are supporting the other existing systems. So with the, for instance, with the COVID-19 vaccination, so we are currently volunteering and are part of the monitoring and evaluation team for the immunization program. And so everything that we're doing, we are doing with their consent and for them actually. We are not using the information for anything else apart from serving that purpose. And that's how we've been able to operate so far. And we plan to continue to do that. And like I said, we, in absence of good existing policies, we have also developed, we are currently like developing our internal policies to ensure that the partners that we are working on understand how we are dealing with the data that we are doing. So not just waiting for the government and other partners to develop guidelines, but as the organization, as a standard, we have standards on how we are handling the data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harrison. Back to you, Nyamawe.
Thanks, Glory. Anybody with question?
So we have another question here. If there
No
are
more questions from here, Glory. Please go ahead.
Okay, yes. So Beatrice is asking, is the inventory outputs spatially contextualized to ensure equity in distribution?
Lorena, just to be sure that I had the question correctly, can you repeat it, please? Thanks.
Okay. Is the inventory output spatially contextualized to ensure equity in distribution?
Yes, so that kind of analysis is also something that we are doing. For instance, I'll tell you, initially we were just looking at just numbers and just identifying which regions, for instance, are doing better and which ones were doing lower. But over time, as we've continued to engage with our stakeholders, we have improved. And currently, we are looking even around gender equity. So, for instance, looking at how, for instance, the vaccinations are distributed across and looking like how that is happening in the different regions, and also helping to inform. For instance, you find overall, maybe in country, in Tanzania, maybe women have more acceptability maybe of certain of vaccines. And then at the same time, you may find maybe certain regions it's quite the opposite, or maybe if it's the same, but the difference is more. So you end up looking at the strategies that were used in those regions, maybe whether it was massive campaigns that were maybe would not be targeting areas where women are. So those also, so we provide those insights back to the stakeholders, and because they're on the ground, they are able to make the decision. So we don't make the decision for them. We provide insights that they can look at and inform their strategies. So yes, we are very much focused on equity as well.
Thank you, Harrison. You have another question from Ridwan. Don't we need a center to also get information from private sectors? Maybe a cloud infrastructure?
Well, Ridwani, I like your questions. Yes, so it's very, the issue of hosting information is something also that we are discussing and learning from our partners. So you go to the MOH, for instance, they want all information to be hosted in country and preferred at the national data center. You go to the private sector, some of them want to have their information within their facilities. So it's an area where we are learning at the moment on how we address the different partners' needs. So for the MOH, we know how they want it, and that's how we are working with them as they continue to go through that journey of also maybe moving into more hosting in the cloud as well. Thanks. But I've seen there are companies that are doing local hosting in country, but I don't think there is one that is very specific for healthcare information.
Well, Dr. Nyamawe, do we have anyone from your side?
Yeah, sure, Gloria. I was interested to know from Mariki whether the Alpha intelligence system have been deployed in a government health information systems or not. And if not, to what extent it has been applied in that case. But two is, I know for the Alpha intelligence to work, it needs to have an access to data. Is there any possibility that if we need to do some research in a particular area, can we have an access to the data that has been used to train the Alpha intelligence system? Thanks.
All right. So Afia Intelligence First is not a system at the moment. Afia Intelligence is a company, and we have different service offerings. To answer you with the MOH data, all the data that we are dealing with is hosted with MOH in their systems, and we are building services on top of that. In terms of accessing the data, it depends on what data you want to work on, but definitely reach out, let's talk, and then because the custodian of this information is our clients, we can, I think together we can be able to make a case and see if if the information is used for their benefit. Usually the MOH, they will guide us on how we can proceed with that.
Do we have another question from your side, Dr. Nyamawe?
No more questions from this side.
Well, then if we do not have any more questions, I would like us to stretch a little bit before we resume for the next two sessions. Let's have an energizer from your side, and for the online participants, you can just go and grab a cup of coffee for a moment. We just only have like 8 minutes to the next presentation.
Okay, Gloriana, I'll send my coffee bill to you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harold.
Also, please share your email on the chat. Other people are interested to have your email, so for further discussions, please share your email.
Yes. And people can continue joining the WhatsApp group, because I heard that most of the participants who have they are on attendees lists cannot copy some of the links, which are, I mean, like they have been pasted in the chat. So you can also use the WhatsApp group as a platform for you to access those resources. Thank you.
Hello. I think I just want us to have an energizer, just to be some fun. Can we all stand up? Come on, let's stand up. When you're talking about AI and you are sitting for more than 2 hours, it's going to be boring. It's going to be boring. So are we all standing up?
Yes.
Some students are sitting down. Please stand up. Can we raise our hands? 2 of them. I'm raising one. 2 of them. Let's call the rain. Call the rain. Call the rain. No, it's fine. It's fine. Your hands needs to be full up, full up, full up. Students, naniangusha. Full up. Call the rain. Call the rain. Call the rain. Call the rain. You're not calling it. I want you to call it. Call the rain to get rid of this wind in Dodoma. Mvua njoo Katarina usije. Mvua njoo Katarina usije. Call the rain, call the rain. When I say thunder, you are all going to clap your hands, a very big clap, okay? Call the rain, call the rain. Wanafunzi wanategea. Yaani sisi walimu wenu tunakazana hapa. Salim, naomba wachungulie, alafu you will do the needful. Call the rain, call the rain. Thunder, thunder. Call the rain, call the rain, call the rain. Again, call the rain, call the rain. Thunder, thunder. Now our next activity, we are going to draw AI4D by using our bodies. Are we ready? AI4D by using our bodies. So let us all stretch our hands up, put them together. Now, when we are drawing A, we are going to do make sure you don't knock your neighbor. So our hands up. Make sure you engage your body, please. Engage your body. So hands up. A, engage your body, the whole body, not just the hands. Engage your body. Okay, let's go. A. And what next? I. Now I want you to really do it. Eh? I. Come on. I. Come on, not yet. I. And then 4. 4 is very easy. Let's go. Perfect. And then D. Now D, I want to see some shaking. Let's go, D. And then Salum did it very well. Salim, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devota, for such an energizing exercise. I think everyone is back to the same energy we had early in the morning. And as we are preparing for the next session, I would like to call Lavina to get ready for the next presentation. Just to do a sound check and to see if you are able to share your screen. Lavina, can you hear us? I would like to confirm that on your side. Let me see. So as Lavina is joining us, I would like to introduce her a little bit. So yes, Lavina is an AI leader standing for the unification of the African tech space. She's a conscious tech proponent with expertise in psychology, technology, and economics, and their integration into AI, blockchain, and ethics. So I would like to welcome Lavina. Yes, we can see your screen. So now you're able to start the presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. I hope this is pretty clear. And firstly, let me say thank you so much for allowing me to participate in what has been already quite a successful event. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you to each and every one of you for showing up to be part of changing this narrative. So, for me, I just wanted to give some context in terms of how I'd like to frame this discussion. And one is definitely rethinking AI. So what is AI? How should it function? How does it actually function? And also thinking about what is human. How do we function? How do we see ourselves? And how do we hold ourselves accountable? These are some important questions that I'd like to uncover as we discuss. A friend of mine kind of really gave me an interesting question. And that question was, do I think that we will ever give up control of our lives? And this is consciously giving up control or consciously giving up our lives to intelligent machines. And I guess that question was something that I used to frame my talk today. So sometimes it pays to have friends. I just want to say sincerely, I appreciate each one of you for coming to listen to my talk today. And yeah, let's dive into it. I cannot seem to share my my slide screen. It doesn't want to go to the next slide.
Oh, but we can see your screen.
Okay, I just tried to stop sharing and I am resharing it. Sorry, guys. No. Okay, that doesn't seem to work either. There we go. Let's try this one last time. Third time's a charm, they say. There we go. Okay, awesome. So apologies for the interruption. I guess me as Lavina, I am quite an active digital citizen. I don't know if you are or not, but I'll take you through somewhat of a journey. So this here is the icon for Spotify. Some of you may be familiar with it, some of you may not. So I listen to music on Spotify and I get told and recommended what I should listen to, and as a result, what my taste in music is actually changes. This is Amazon, Amazon Go, or just Amazon shopping. And some of us are guilty of using it, right? I am definitely. And I'm known to buy a lot of things and equally get recommended a lot of things to buy. I am heavily reliant on anywhere I need to go. I use Google Maps. So I become heavily reliant on them as well. And the same is said true for the likes of social media platforms, our live streaming, as well as, LinkedIn. So this in itself tells me that we already are very reliant on these intelligent machines, right? And it allows me as Lavina to really entrust a huge part of who I am as an individual into these digital realms, right? So firstly, I've got to have a lot of trust in these companies. I've got to have a lot of trust in myself, and I've got to have a lot of trust in the in-betweens, that sort of connect the dots as well. So, imagine us amplifying this by 3 billion people in Africa. It's a lot, right? And having said that, it really allows us to say and to understand why large tech is actually driving a lot of the conversation to wanting our attention, right? To ensuring that they get every part of it and they give us the most seductive thing, what we should know, what we should have. And, however, this is a very short-sighted way of using AI, in my opinion anyway, especially if we apply it to humankind. I mean, the whole point is not around engagement. It's not around eye time. It's not around, how long you stay on my app versus another app. Especially as we start entering the world of interoperability, this becomes quite an important decision. We even have things where we hate seeing recommendations anymore. We mention one word and, next thing we have 500, adverts that literally are only around that. So the contextualization of these decisions become quite an important thing. Furthermore to this, we have, for example, a mom that may be, doing some research project for one of her children. And, next thing she gets put up, some conspiracy theory around Africa or, around 9/11 or around some world event that has happened. And, that in itself may be a very dangerous sector. We've also seen this, especially with the likes of children today, being, shown things that they really shouldn't be shown, despite being given their age and despite the social medias knowing what their age limits are, right? So let's delve into a little thing of, what we call deterministic, right? And this is where, I guess, when we have a problem, we like to solve this problem in particular. If I see a problem, then only can I actually solve a problem, right? So we don't have the complete understanding prior to it, in order for us to solve something, right? So there's an example of the genie in the bottle, right? And this story comes from many different walks of cultures. It is something that is known throughout many different times and eras of humanity. And why does this actually hold true for me right now? And what has this got to do with AI? I hear you. For me, it's definitely, the genie itself allows us to have any wish we want, right? And it operates in 2 ways. The first way is literally that it will give you what you ask. And the second way is, if there is any ambiguity in what we ask, it will fulfill that wish very poetically, maybe in a very awful manner too, right? And I guess this is the essence of how AI is actually being seen in terms of its deployment and its applications to date, right? We know that these intelligent machines have and can behave in a very similar way. They have an amazing power to actually solve real problems. However, there's a lot of room for misinterpretation, right? And this actually allows us to almost believe or being tricked, that we are getting our wishes and our desires sort of fulfilled. And I guess, this really, rolls down into a centralized question for humanity. And that centralized question for humanity is really going to shift. And I believe that that next question is, how can we decisively, portray, communicate what our actual desire or want is, right? And this is both from an AI perspective as well as from a human perspective, okay? I mean, imagine for a moment that we have, for example, Instagram, an Instagram post that you may like, But at the same time, it doesn't actually violate any of your values. It doesn't alter the algorithm that much to then depict you as liking or portraying yourself as something completely different to what you are in your real world, right? I guess this also leads us to really question the philanthropic sort of discussion. And, as philanthropic, places, a lot of it is based on consensus thinking and consensus agreement, right? And I guess for me, it is, the I know, sort of approach. It's the understanding the constraints of our actions. It's really taking into account what our moral reasoning is, right? That's the more philosophical side. I guess, there's a scenario, if we're given any moral scenario to date, it is, I don't know what to do. I'll only know when I'm in it, right? I mean, how many times have we been in that situation or felt like that? And this is the problem when we have to then take it into account with intelligent machines or in terms of AI. It is, there is no perfect deterministic way of defining morality. And this becomes quite a debate, right, that we can have with ourselves. There may be some important tools like the machine learning, like data science, that can actually help us to achieve and to better understand moral decision making. And it will definitely help to steer the ship of humanity more towards, that beautiful point where AI and humans can actually engage on a better front. There's a thing called, artificial neural networks, right? And, in this, there's been an example, and I don't know if some of you may be aware of it or not, where they've really tried to weight morals, and that is, for example, if I, as Lavina, had to say, that I believe that all humanity should be treated with the equal amount of respect and dignity, that is a belief, an inherent belief of mine, right? Versus a, me saying that, I don't particularly like pineapples on pizza. That in itself is probably a personal preference, and being able to tell the difference as we function both in the physical world as well as in the sort of digital world becomes really important. So there was this particular example of a neural network where it really helped the AI to really understand care versus harm. And in this, it actually utilized, our brain neurons, understood what lit up from certain words. And then from that, they were able to then match that, to this, what we're seeing today, where, certain words are highlighted in red and certain other words are highlighted in blue. And if you're not familiar with it, it is called the moral foundation theory. So this is basically where we identify different words that then get represented into different colors. They then further did another example in terms of fairness and cheating to kind of really start understanding the different types of morals and values that we may inherently have and how an AI can actually interpret these. I'm not saying at this point that we found the solution to our morals and our values. It's probably far from it. It is just a starting off point. And I guess, the collection of all of this data really is on how we actually express our moral reasoning. And, this gets really compounded, especially in the context of Africa, where we have such a diverse sort of collection of cultures, such a diverse range of languages, such a diverse range of everything, if you want to, look at it. There is something that we call robot rights. And I guess, for me, this really depicted or reminded me of Microsoft's conversational chatbot. Some of you may be very familiar with it. It was called Tay. And literally the job was to really understand, how humans were meant to speak, right? And as soon as she was launched, she literally got bombarded, or it got bombarded by, a lot of internet trolling. It also had a lot of inflammatory messages. And literally within 16 hours, 16 hours, it basically, started tweeting out offensive tweets because that's what it learned. So is it the AI's fault, or is it the human fault, or is it a combination of both? Another example is the Meta, where Meta had two chatbots that they put together in terms of really having to engage with each other. And literally within, a matter of hours, they created their own sort of language. So that had to be quickly shut down and separated. We know that, for example, Sophia has been, one of the first intelligent machines that have been given what we call citizenship, right? We also know that intelligent machines have created and sold their own NFTs. So that's the non-fungible tokens at a cost, at a wonderful revenue of about $1 million, guys. So, they're obviously integrating a lot more into our lives. And, with this, we continue to see a lot more headlines. And for me is, are we actually framing ourselves correctly? And are we framing the rights for robots correctly? So, with this, I believe even with the context of Africa, we're soon going to start seeing a lot more intelligent machines working side by side in our daily, job environments. That is something that is coming, and it is, more an opportunity for us to really dive into, what type of rights do we allow? How do we go there? What are we actually taking into context? To what degree do we actually go in terms of rights? There's quite a large sort of debate around this. Data is something that is seen as a collection of measurements that captures both good, but equally so, it also captures the pain, the hatred, the inequality that we see our world in, right? And this in particular is obviously then also amplified within the context of AI itself. So, something that we get told often is profiling. And, we've heard of the gender imbalance in itself. We've heard of, where tech is right now and how much there aren't any, or there's not enough females that's being represented in the space, whether that's from a software engineering perspective, a data science perspective, but again, it is just the data that is taken and reflected in the sort of information that we then portray and see. We also know that these are the shortcomings of machine learning. And, a good way to sort of imagine this is the ability to imagine the world as it could be, is something that I think machine learning does really well. However, there is right now, the real-time contextualization is definitely a part of, the bigger picture that we need to start focusing on, especially as we start realming into these different areas. So, what in essence is AI responsibility? What is AI rights? And according to, Accenture, it says it is the practice of really designing, developing, and deploying of the good intention to actually empower businesses and employees to fairly impact society and customers alike. I mean, that is quite a mouthful of a statement. And each word, if you have to unpack it very independently, it comes with a very great context. You know, the same is said true for what is human. So I guess, you know, the real takeaway through all these different areas of ethical, legal, and morals, together with the AI rights in between, is really saying that we all need to show up and we all need to start talking about our values, because that way we have more data to really rectify the narrative, right? It is so easy for each one of us to just throw our hands up and say, well, you know what? The world is just fallen apart. Nothing is really working. You know, everything is pretty much broken. But if we had to take a step back and really try to see what is less broken and to try and see where we can actually start, you know, I think that little genie in the bottle sort of scenario is one that we can really start making our wishes come true. In terms of human sort of value systems, right, or human morals, this was a study that was done in 2013, and it was probably the most recent one that I could get my hands on in terms of what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, and you know, what is sort of in between in terms of us as humans. You know, extreme marital affairs, gambling, homosexuality, abortion, you know, alcohol, divorce. These were all things that were kind of, you know, taken as a baseline in terms of that. But I think, you know, having a good example of that versus, you know, some of the AI questions that we need to be asking ourselves becomes quite key. You know, when we have to talk about how do we actually frame these critical questions, you know, it's probably going to be sitting somewhere between autonomy, agency, assurance, indicators, interfaces, and internationality, right? The critical question for us when we're creating these is what is its intent? What is our intent, right? Similarly, you know, we know that tech can pretty much do everything or anything that we want it to, but what is the relationship that we want to walk away with? You know, what is that implementation of uplifting of humanity that we're actually going to be sort of asking ourselves, you know, to get towards? So I guess, you know, in all of this, there are no simple questions. There are no simple answers either, but it is about how we frame it in terms of what is possible and what is now, what is the reality, you know, that we see it. And, you know, as much as we talk about all of this, it is also very much around, you know, how do we decommission an AI system? How do we audit an AI system? How do we build one? How do we regulate one? How do we design one? How do we even go about imagining one, right? And the same is said true from a human perspective. I think, you know, all of these right directions is really going to help us to establish a new branch for humanity. And there is something that was, you know, reminded to me. It was cybernetics, and cybernetics argued in 1944. I mean, this is a long time ago, but they literally argued back then that one has to really think about the relationship between humans, computers, and the broader ecological world, right? And, you know, that in itself is quite a statement, and sometimes it's very easy to forget it within the context of AI. So, you know, as much as I have had 20 years of experience in tech, give or take a few gray hairs, I know the lonely story of an inventor, and I also know the story of a hero's journey, right? And I also know reality. But what I've learned is it is never about the hero's journey. It is always about the collection of people. So the collective intelligence, it is about a shared purpose, a shared reality. Okay, and this is something where I think we need to ask each one of us, where do we actually start on our journey? And for me, that begins where I stand right now, where you stand right now. You know, ultimately, we are thinking about many different things. And, you know, if we had to really understand what is reality, reality is only a collection of perceptions. What is perception? Perception is a mere experience. You know, so let's start looking at things a lot more holistically, and let us find a way to actually engage more collectively as a human race. You know, besides that, I think, you know, the idea of having, you know, something that is more responsible, something that is more ethical, something that is more sustainable is our ultimate goal. We know that culture, technology, our environments definitely are pertinent. We know that we need to really rewire, rethink, and reshift our narratives, you know. So it is obvious, if we had to go back to my initial question, if we would ever give up control, I think the answer is pretty obvious, and it was quite a funny question in retrospect. So we already have. It is now about how we actually facilitate and understand ourselves better, understand AI better, and understanding the balance between each other much better. AI in the future is definitely going to get incorporated. That means they are going to become full-on entities. They are going to have some form of rights, you know, and they will be, the way that I see it, as an extension for humanity. So let us already start really thinking around how, you know, intelligent machines. These are just some of the sort of statements that I've collected over time. I am known as the AI mom. So yeah, you know, let's not aim for this particular picture, okay? I'm not advocating for that, where, you know, your wife has to decide, you know, allow a computer or an AI to decide if you drop or not. Neither am I saying this is the scenario that we're going for in terms of, you know, who did it. Nobody knows. Nobody wants to take the responsibility for it, not even with machines themselves, right? So I just want to say a huge appreciation to everyone. And this is a way that you guys could get in touch with me. I apologize for the technical glitches earlier on. And just one parting thought that I always share with my digital twins and my real twin girls is, you know, every nanosecond of every day, you have an opportunity to change and rectify course. So I want to say an absolute appreciation again, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so very much, Lavina, for such an interesting and very beautiful presentation. I know a lot of people might be having a lot of questions, but I would ask you to save for later. Now allow me to welcome the next presentation from Dr. Alex Alcado on the topic driven infrastructure and intelligent data ecosystem in Africa. And then we're gonna have 10 minutes after the two presentations for discussion. So as we're waiting for Dr. Alex to start presenting, I would like to introduce Dr. Alcado Alex as follow, reading his bio. So Dr. Alcado Alex is a lecturer from the Sokoine University of Agriculture and also a co-founder and CEO of Smart Hair and an Allied SMSA Fellow. He has completed PhD in Computing and Communication from the University of Plymouth, UK in 2019. He received master's degree on Electronics and Communication Engineering with the first class from Chongqing University in China in 2015, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science with honor from the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. So I would like to welcome Dr. Alcado Alex for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much for your short introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is Dr. Alcado presenting to you AI-driven infrastructure and intelligent data ecosystem in Africa. So I will just take you through some of the challenges, motivations, and AI-related use cases in the African context. And then I will provide some of the contributions, my contributions, SUA's contributions in AI-related innovation technologies and research projects. So how can we accelerate some of the artificial intelligence initiatives which are embedded or equipped with AI software-defined infrastructure? So looking at some of the facts, Africa's digital economy, for example, is expected to contribute almost more than 180 billions by 2025. And some of the leading players in this context, for example, these global tech companies are already in our continent. So taking an example of Microsoft, taking an example of Google. So in 2019, for example, Microsoft launched 2 centers. There's African Development Center, one in Nairobi and another one in Nigeria. And Google has already also opened, launched the AI Research Center in Ghana. So looking at these 2 tech companies in the world, already seeing a great potential of Africa in this innovation related to AI and many other technologies. So you have, for example, the Africa Development Center in Nairobi, also focusing on AI research. So looking at another facts, for example, the Africa-based startup cities from the global ranking report of 2019. So we have, for example, you can see how our countries are also coming up. You have Lagos, you have Nairobi, and here there you have Casablanca, East Africa, you have Kampala and Nairobi. So you can see how the AI research, the adoption and take up is also taking a place in Africa. Based on the AI Expo Africa and the Innovation Map of 2020, these are other facts. We have more than 75 ventures across Africa using artificial intelligence. Data and the analytics, 22 ventures, this across Africa. You have chatbots and the virtual assistants. You have 22 ventures. You have health and diagnostic, 16. Hub or AI centers, 7. And robotics, you have 4. These are just some of the facts that I wanted to take you through before I go to my second part of my presentation. So from there, based on these startups, ventures which are using a lot of technologies, AI, of course, blockchain and many others, we still have some challenges that we need to solve collectively. Taking an example, for example, in the predicted population in Africa from 2020 to 2050, Africa population is predicted to be 2.5 billion, almost doubling the population we are currently having, 1.3. So have you start thinking in your mind how our cities will be by then? How have you ever been stuck, for example, even today, in a congested African city, for example, Dar es Salaam, Lagos, or Nairobi?
in the evening or in the morning. We still have a lot of these issues. Take an example of this picture, for example. Take an example of this picture in Dar es Salaam. We arrive at our workplace late. We arrive at our home late in the evening, sometimes starting even quarrels with our partners. Where were you? It's because of the traffic jams. So how can artificial intelligence jump in and solve some of these pressing challenges? This is just one example, but ahead there are many, many other challenges. So this goes to the youth who are in this room. So we need AI-driven solution to predict traffic and perform or provide mobility changes. That's this way there's a traffic, I need to use this road. So we have to develop AI-driven connected car services and applications. This goes now to the youth listening to this presentation. Congestion and mobility changes, this also goes to the youth who are listening to this presentation. So for example, efficient solar system, solar lights, for example, could easily collect data on traffic conditions, predicting or preventing congestion. So we need to develop this kind of technologies using artificial intelligence. So we have the capacity, you have the startups. As I told you from my previous slides, we have a lot of ventures, we have a lot of hubs, a lot of companies, and we have the mind to do that. So let's work collectively, especially the youth, solve these pressing challenges. And then from there, I go now to my second part of my presentation. So look at these pictures. You have 3 pictures here, one related to education, teaching and learning, another one related to agriculture and food systems. You have health for a good work. So these are 3 sectors which are related to each other. They depend on each other. You cannot go to school if your health is not good. You cannot go in the class if you have no something in your stomach. But this food has to be at the perfection, has to meet the standards that we need. How are they transported? The prediction, the diseases, some of them have already been presented by previous speakers. So because of this interaction between these sectors, that's why at SUA, we are more interested to work in these 3 sectors. So I will take you now in some of the projects that we are running at SUA and some of the achievements that we have now. So starting with AI-driven initiatives in health sector, we are currently working since last year on predicting of diagnosed accuracy using big data and analytics tools. Of course, artificial intelligence from trained Africa giant post rats to detect TB. I think most of you knows Apopo. That's supplements because of lack of tools. That's we diagnose. We use them to diagnose TB. Apopo is one of the center at SUA which use this poached rat, normal rats, to detect TB. As we have been doing this, I think for many years, almost 8-10 years now, but we want now to use artificial intelligence to improve the prediction accuracy first of how the rat can predict, can sniff that this sample have TB, this sample have no TB. Using the normal diagnostic tools, technologies in health sector, you cannot identify, you cannot diagnose more than 100 samples within an hour, but these rats can do that. So you can see how many people can be detected or diagnosed. with TB. So this is the government of Tanzania funded project, and we already having some of the outputs, which of course we have submitted for publication to different journals. And this how the rats detect a sample with TB. So we need a lot of time, but because I'm just taking you through highlights of this project. So we have already developed a smart TB app and a smart TB Connect platform. The smart TB app is actually a smartphone application which can be used by healthcare professionals and TB patients in Tanzania to monitor medication adherence. And some of the challenges of TB patients is dropping out, not to continue with medication. So we want to monitor these TB patients so that they cannot transmit the disease to others. So the Smart TB Connected platform has already been developed and was demonstrated at the during the Nanane exhibitions of this year. So we have the Smart TB Connected platform. We are actually in the initial stage, and then we go to the development of Smart TB apps, which likely next year will be also demonstrating these two tools at Maksato in Dodoma. So we have another initiative called Artificial Intelligence for Maternal Sexual and Reproductive Health. This is an IDRC funded project through AI Hub for Maternal Sexual and Reproductive Health, starting from this year and ending next year. So we want to actually develop AI tools that will predict which pregnant woman is at risk of experiencing complications while giving birth. This is one of the pressing problems we're having in Africa. So we want to jump into that and solve this problem. We are also developing a maternal data connect, a platform that will be free, accessible, and facilitating communication, and also enabling collaboration on common projects by different health professionals. And this is the conceptual or architecture that's we'll be developing. So if you can see, that's a maternal data connect platform, and then also developing some of the notifications and contact tracing mobile app. This is also connected to the previous project of predicting detecting TB using poached rats. So the end output is we want to reduce the maternal, they want to reduce a pregnant woman who will be at risk of having complications during giving birth. So we're having another project in health sector. This is strengthening capacity. We want to strengthen capacity for Tanzania, National One Health, detection of and response to infectious disease. This is called One Health Detect Tanzania. So this is a government of Tanzania funded project, and the Japanese government. So actually developing a National One Health digital platform with shared dashboards that will link all the national health coordination desk with different sector ministries. And this came out based on the lessons we learned from COVID-19. And this is actually collaborating with the Prime Minister Office in the Department for Disaster Management. So the aim is to provide One Health surveillance. And this is the conceptual framework. So if you see, we have we're working with many partners, including NIMLI. We have Wildlife Division and other organizations, for example, TANAPA, because it's focusing on human and animals. In terms of agriculture sector, we also have different AI-related initiative projects. So one is an integrated machine learning Internet of Things farming system for small scale farmers in Tanzania. This also a government of Tanzania funded project, which is developing an efficient IoT-based cloud computing farm management system using sensors to monitor in linear the crop performance and to provide decision support tools for small holder farmers. So we are developing advanced AI advanced algorithms to detect pests from different diseases, weeds using resource-constrained devices, for example, smart phones. And this is actually our architecture, how we want this end product to be. So we have the Morogoro Youth Empowerment Social Innovation. Of course, this was introduced yesterday by my colleague, Dr. Fue. So we have already maybe I just provide some of the highlights which was not mentioned yesterday. So we have developed a comprehensive student-centered curriculum for machine vision in focusing specifically in agriculture. So we have trained, so the curriculum features problem-based learning courses, for example, problem solving and the program design with Python, introduction to digital agriculture, mobile application development, focusing on the agriculture sector, machine learning, machine vision in agriculture, and training this youth in entrepreneurship and innovation concepts. So we are actually creating a very, very large data set for machine learning model development, hopefully, which will be the first agriculture data set across Africa. So this is some of the interface which you can navigate to our project website and join for more information. We are also having an AI-driven initiatives in education sector. So one of the largest projects that is ending this year is enhancing entrepreneurship, innovation, and the sustainability in higher education in Africa. This was a very, very large consortium project consisting of 5 universities from Europe and the 5 universities from Africa, 3 universities from Tanzania, SUA, one of them, State University of Zanzibar, and Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center College. So actually, the aim of this project was to transform the way we teach, especially computer science and engineering courses at our universities. So we saw there is a problem. We are teaching our students using teacher-centered learning, which has proved to be inefficient in impacting innovation and entrepreneurship skills to the youth. So we have developed a new curriculum, which hopefully will be starting next year, which is a student program or a project based learning. So we want every semester students to be working on different programs from our communities. So a student will be working on the same program from the first time he or she joins the university until when she graduates. We believe after 3 years, 6 semesters, 8 semesters working on one program, these students will be having the very, very tangible products or services. So this is actually has already been accepted by different bodies in our country, ICT Commission, TCRA, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and is currently under review or accreditation approval to TCU. So the youth, please, students who want to join, if you have your brother, if you have your child, it's called the Bachelor of Science, Information Technology, and Innovation. We incorporate innovation, entrepreneurship aspects, and also we have artificial intelligence courses in this program. So we also want to teach students how to establish startups, how to establish companies, how to establish hubs. And our university has already started those kind of initiatives through SUA steps, where students join creative groups and then starting creating and learning how to create startups and different companies. So this is the conceptual framework for problem-based learning for the new developed BIC ITN Information Technology and Innovation Program. So we actually want these students. We have the Africa Union 2063 agenda with 21 goals. We have our national development, 5 national development goals, and then we have the SDG 17 goals. We want our students to be aware of these kind of issues which are emerging from our community. So so we have actually in the education sector, we are also introducing the PhD in data science and artificial intelligence research program at our university. So this will be starting hopefully by the end of this year. So we want our students to do research, extensive research in data science, data visual and analytics, computing, telecommunication, but using data science and AI, agriculture, informatics, human-centered computing, natural language processing, ICT for development fields. So we welcome also students from different universities, different countries to join this PhD in data science and artificial intelligence at SUA. So in terms of, we are also organizing, I'm also one of the organizers in the AI and the data science conference. So we are having the, I think after 1 week, the Tanzania Youth Digital Summit, this specifically to the youth. So you can register here. This will be an online, but physically on 18th at SUA. So we want actually specifically our youth to be aware of different opportunities and the constraints, for example, in the aspect of climate smart related problems. We're also having, but this is in connection to the eShare project. So we'll be having the international conference in education in Africa. This will be at Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro in September from 28th to 30th. So you can also register and participate to this conference. And some of the highlights will be from the outputs, will be presentation of the outputs and some of the innovative solutions in education sector that we have achieved. One of them being the curriculum that we're introducing at SUA, the BSc IT and the Innovation Program. So thank you very much for your attention. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alcado, for a very nice presentation and for informing us of so many initiatives going on the ground, which most of us were not aware of it, making this platform or workshop relevant and useful in sharing such kind of insights. So as I said, we are now open for discussion. We're going to have 10 minutes for discussion before we break for lunch. So I welcome any question. If you can type it in the Q&A, or you can just raise up your hand and ask. And for the on-site, you can ask for the mic.
Thanks, Glory. We have few questions here.
And the question should be directed to the two presenters, the Lavina and Dr. Alcado, both of them.
Yeah, thank you. I have the question for the last presenter. Thank you for very, very beautiful presentation, very informative. I can see, you're doing a lot of things, big
things. My question on the diagnosis tool for art. Slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to know how are you going to diagnose a patient
what is the AI systems? So that in order for the rat to diagnose the patient, so what is the connection, how the data is going to be collected, and how it's going to feed into the AI system? That is my first question.
Okay.
Yeah, my second question, go to the next slide. Next one.
The one who would like to hear your questions, your voice is very low.
Yeah. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this one. Maternal sexual reproductive health in Africa. Yeah, I just want to know how many diseases for pregnant women are you going to solve in use cases on your systems? Because we are doing the same thing in our project, in our coordination unit. We're trying to solve the problem for the pregnant women. So maybe we can work together or collaborate. So we need to know what type of disease or which disease you're going to solve using this system or these use cases. And how are you going to collect the data? How are you going to get the data? Or where are you going to get the data for such a system? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for your good questions. So maybe starting with the first one on rats, how rats are used to diagnose TB. So actually what we do in rats with Apopo is we collect the normal TB samples from these TB centers. So our case study is in Mwanza and 3 districts. We are conducting this project in Ilemela, Sengerema, and Nyamagana district. So we have identified 8 TB centers in every district, totaling 24. So we collect the TB samples and transport them from Mwanza to Morogoro. So we have the cages, we have the ways on how we transport those TB samples, makohozi from patients. So we just give these activities to these health professionals. They know themselves how to collect. So after collecting, there is a way on how we first use the normal diagnostic technologies from hospital laboratories. So after identifying those positive and negative samples, we come to compare the performance of the rats, how they also detect the TB samples. So from there, taking a rat, sometimes even these diagnostic tools, they are not efficient. There are some samples which comes with negative results, but a rat says this positive results. After identifying as a positive sample, so that sample has to go back to the laboratory tools for confirmation. So what we exactly do is to improve. So if you can see on these pictures here, so these are, for example, 100 samples, which are indifferent, positive or negative. So a rat has to pass at these samples, maybe on this table, and then detect. So there is a time already set. So if a rat stands on that sample for 3 seconds, more than 3 seconds, means that sample has problem. And these rats are very, very well trained to do that. So if the rat stands on that sample for more than 3 seconds, we say this sample is positive. But if it passes through that sample, means that is the negative sample. So what AI actually plays a role in that aspect. We want to see how we can improve the sniffing time of the AI rat. take an example, we had 10,000 samples from the different TB centers in the country. So we want to see how we can improve, increase the sniffing time. It's only sniffing time of the rats that we're working on. I don't know if that's answer is.
So we also have questions online. Allow me to direct that to you, Dr. Alex.
Yes.
Yes, so we have a question from Ashia. Yes, what could be the main challenge in adopting and implementing advanced analytics, that is big data analytics, in public sector agencies like health, education, and national statistics?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe before attempting that question, I would like to answer the second question from my colleague here.
No, still the first question. So there's any sensor in the rat, or what is the integration between the system?
Yeah, so there is, if you see how the rats, there is a cage, a very, very large cage, maybe from this angle. So these cages are connected with sensors when those rats are passing to detect those samples. So, and not only sensors, they are also having some chips. So you want to embed them with some chips while they're detecting those samples. So based on the sensors and those chips that they're having, that's why we want to go through with AI. But our aim is only to improve the sniffing time. This rat is sniffing the sample. So we want to see how the sniffing time can be improved based on those chips and sensors which are connected to the rat.
Thank you.
Yeah. So from the second question, you said which diseases we are focused on. So we're actually not focusing on diseases. Yeah, in these pregnant women, that's not our focus. So our main focus is just to having these prediction tools, which can see if this woman will have a complication while giving birth. So diseases is not our focus.
What about that? I think the complication is the diseases. What do you mean focus on diseases? Focus on the complication of the pregnant women.
Yeah, of course, it's a disease, but a woman, a pregnant woman, having complications during birth, there are many, many factors which are contributing. Stress, one of them. Food, there are a lot of factors.
So how are you going to detect them if you don't concentrate on the diseases and you know the signs and symptoms of those diseases? How are you going to detect?
So we are actually focusing on because this is a 1 year project. So just we are in the pilot. So we are focusing on other parameters. For example, different behaviors, sleeping time of that woman, how he eats, what she eats on her daily basis, the living behavior conditions, and many, many other factors. The age, weight of that woman, those are also factors contributing to have complications, not only the disease.
It's like a dietitian tool.
Yes. So we are focusing on the age of that woman. Those are the parameters we are collecting. Age, the height. The height is also contributing. Also contributing factors to have complication, but it's not only and those. So height, what she eats, her behaviors, how she lives, stress with her husband inside the house. So we are also looking into all those factors. So those are the data we are collecting from from our perspective. Yes.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. I just want to ask for the two cases. The first one on the TB case, you said the solution is usable by practitioners, medical practitioners, and also the patients.
Yeah.
And likewise, for the one for maternal and sexual reproductive health, I think it's for clients and probably the practitioners as well.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how are you ensuring privacy, knowing that we are deploying this in maybe the lightweight systems. So I'm wondering how have you ensured privacy for that type of data collection?
Yeah, I think privacy, security, that's one of the biggest challenges actually we're having. And considering also the health sector, so we are trying to see actually how we can mitigate that, especially knowing that we need to know specifically this type of patient. But we considered that's because there are health policies, which there are health policies rights, which of course protect the patient. So there are already those policies and the standards based from the health sector themselves.
It means you are integrating existing policies and regulations in the development, right?
Yes, but the ICT health policies in our country, and that's where also came the concept of even reviewing our policies, because the AI related policies, the AI governance, I think from the last the yesterday presentation. So we need also to have to comply with those, they incorporate those kind of policies, not only in health, agriculture, or even education sector. Maybe responding to the question from the chat. Sorry, can you
Yes.
repeat it again, please?
Dr. Alex, could you allow me to let Johnson to ask you question? He has been raising a hand for a long time, and then the rest of the questions will be answered on Q&A because you have more other 4 questions. So Johnson, just giving you a minute so that we can wind up this session and break for lunch. And Lavina, you have a question on Q&A, so maybe you can continue responding to the participant. Thank you.
Sure, will do. Thank you.
Lori, but we have one question. I think it's very important for Lavina to respond verbally, if you'll allow.
Let me allow Johnson first because he has been raising his hand for a long time, and I was almost forgetting.
Thank you. No, this goes to Lavina. I think this is not my question. So what could be the main challenge in adopting and implementing advanced analytics, for example, big data in the public sector, agents like health, education, and national statistics?
Sorry, sorry, Dr. Alcaro, I think you can try to respond through the chat. I think someone wanted to speak from online. Johnson, if you're there, you have already unmuted. Please speak and pose your question. Johansson, if you're there, please just, ask your question. Glory, I think Johansson is not ready to go. Then I can pose a question to Lavina, and if she's there, she can respond. Yeah, Lavina, thanks again for your interesting presentation. And I think people here would be very much interested to know how can we embed ethics and morals in machine learning models. Yeah.
That's an interesting question. Thank you so much for that. So in terms of embedding ethics, in our models, it's actually for me a complete view. So we almost need to embed it in all phases of an organization. It needs to become something that becomes very much a culture of an organization, right? That's the first and foremost. So whether we're talking about it from a strategic perspective, from a C-level exec perspective, or a board level, all the way down to someone that actually develops and implements it, that sort of stream of flow needs to be there. That's the first. The second is in terms of how do we actually encourage it. I believe it's very much around implementation of certain frameworks. So, ensuring that there's certain ticks that we actually take along the route. This may include things like, human in the loop. This may also include things like, getting a wider diverse group of team members around a table to actually design a particular, AI or, so it kind of comes in many different facets. Also a policy, for example, within an organization from an HR perspective would need to also be re-looked at in terms of how do we decommission an AI, how do we commission one, what is the lifespan of it? There's lots of things from an ethical standpoint that needs to be taken into account. So I hope that helps to answer your question.
Thanks very much, Lavina. Gloria, you have one more question from on-site, if you'd allow that.
Thank you. My question goes to Lavina, I think, the first presenter, regarding the issue of responsible artificial intelligence. The common voice from Africa regarding the use of AI. We have some examples about the use of AI in which Africans somehow we are facing some sort of racism by these machines. So how can Africa come up with a strong voice in order for these AI machines and those who are behind it make sure that they deliver solutions without having these issues that are facing Africans? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it. So for me, it's absolutely a combination of people that are required in an ecosystem. So within the context of AI, it requires regulators as one of those that are required to contribute towards this. And if we want to look at it as putting up some guardrails, right, to safeguard ourselves from not entering the same kind of scenario that we have previously with the likes of colonialism. So one is definitely regulation or regulators. The other is around us as digital citizens. So empowering our own families, our own sort of communities around where should we draw the line, start having more of those conversations. Another one that I would sort of encourage is also a formation of an ethical board. So, we have, for example, Meta, formerly known as Facebook, that had created their own oversight board, which is almost their ethical consciousness of the products that they create. And, through that, they actually then hold people accountable, they hold themselves accountable in terms of the products that they're designing and, what more to look for. So in a similar breath, I would really encourage us to do the same. It is something that is more obviously of a sort of advocacy type work, but it is important. So, an example from South Africa in particular is we have surveillance cameras that are up. They have been up, we probably have about 6,000 of them. Most of them are, sort of focused within what we call a very urbanized area. And, that surveillance literally takes your number plate. Your number plate then is associated with you as an individual, who is your ID number. Your ID number and all your information is then stored in this particular company's database. And this database is then shared with other databases. Now that non-disclosure of my information and how it actually goes according to the line is certainly not accounted for. The second part to that is this particular company, even though it was a government-orientated project, but it is a private company that owns it, they still did not get the permission of all South African citizens to say, yes, we actually are okay with it. So in terms of a data breach, perspective, this becomes, important. So, I understand when you say that we have already started experiencing a lot of this digital divide, or lack of better word, digital apartheid that's sort of happening. And it is very important that we have a lot of moving parts that start coming together and work as a collective voice. And I believe that we can do that through something like a, ethical board. And funny enough, I'm actually trying to put that together at the moment as well. So I hope that helps to answer.
Oh, so yeah, Dennis has something to contribute to your answer. So just 1 minute, Dennis, so that we can break for lunch. The rest of the question will be answered on Q&A.
Thank you, Lavina, for the contribution. Just in addition to that, when it comes to the ethical and the policies, we have like almost 20 questions that you're gonna pose on the information or on the data. So within the company itself, within the organization, these are things which they have to be aware. And here comes the question, who is responsible? It's definitely the organization. That cannot fall on the consumers because they literally don't have anything. The products are always biased towards the companies. So that is one thing. And that's why the strategies, the authorities have to be and bind and protect them. So, because literally the AI we're talking about, the data which gets in there, it has no any problem. What sets it there, how we collect it, how we plan for it is always the problem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis, and everyone else. Thank you to the presenters, Lavina and Dr. Alcado. It's been such a very refreshing moment to listen to your presentation. So we are breaking for lunch and we'll be back at around 55 minutes past 2 East African time. So hope to see you after lunch.
So welcome for lunch, and then let's be quick, and then we come back to the venue. Sansan, thank you.
Hello, hello. So we are resuming our sessions. Dr. Matogoro and Nyamawe,
Yes, Gron.
is everyone in the room?
Yeah, one more means we are setting up the project.
All right. So while we are waiting for the on-site participants to be ready, our next presenter will be our engineer, Dr. Zaipuna. So I would like him to get ready for the presentation as I introduce him. I hope Dr. Zaipuna is with us online. Oh,
Yep.
I see you. I see you. Yes, you can start sharing your screen.
Okay. Hello, Gloria. Is all okay out there?
Yes, I can see your screen. Sorry, I was speaking off mic. I can see your screen. Well, just right on time. So before I let Dr. Zaipuna start presenting, I would like to introduce him and give a very short bio or an introduction of who he is. So Dr. Zaipuna Yona, he has over 30 years of practice, and his work span in academia, industry, and policymaking fields. He published over 50 papers in international journals and supervised over 21 postgraduate students. His passion is in creating and delivering value through ICT-enabled services in the shortest time possible. His research interests include ICT for development, mobile and web application, big data, data mining, AI4D, high-capacity broadcast networks, intelligent instrumentation and control engineering, embedded and mobile systems, ICT-enabled 21st century education delivery, and agribusiness for fight poverty from the robots. So on today's presentation, he'll be taking us through the unified AI-enabled health referral system, Tanzania as a use case. I welcome you, Dr. Zaipuna, to continue the presentation. Am I audible? Kindly confirm. Can everyone say something? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Somoe. So, Dr. Zaipuna, you can continue presenting. The floor is yours. Dr. Zaipuna, we cannot hear you.
I'm here.
Yes, you can proceed with the presentation.
Oh, okay. You're not introducing me. You're
I
assuming
did.
you know me. You
No,
did?
no. I actually did. Can anyone confirm if they heard me?
Okay, I think I had a connection issue here. All right, that's fine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to be with you, to participate in this very special workshop. My interest long-term, and I can only say I'm very comfortable. Diwani. We have been working on this area for several years now. And I also want to recognize Dr. Nyamawe and the facilitator on the infrastructure, Matogoro, and of course, Gloria. I can see the voter there. So I really thank you. It's one of those reconnections we have. So thank you so much for that. I don't need to say much on that, so let us go straight. Those are a few, two of the papers we worked with Diwani, just to show Diwani also knows about this, so we may co-present this when at the right time, if necessary. We've been working on detection of some of these diseases using machine learning tools. And so I'm happy to see AI coming in strongly in the country, and especially when UDOM and the Nelson Mandela institution are involved, which are really a home to me somehow. And so I thank you, I feel comfortable. Now, my presentation is really more to challenge thoughts, is to make everybody think deep on how AI can transform the health sector. Now, it's really to deliver quality health service, the agenda or the goal, and the means for sure in this case is to deploy AI tools. Now, the title of the presentation is, I've called it Unified AI-Enabled Health Referral System, Tanzania as a use case. Now, there are keywords here to identify with. Reserve the word unified, and then health referral system, and then Tanzania as a case. The idea right away here on this picture here, that presents the hierarchy of our healthy facilities in Tanzania. Below the pyramid, you see the community health centers. And then all the way to the top, you have, shall I say, consulting hospitals or national hospital like Muimbiri. There are others that are not necessarily government, but they have the same, hopefully, status, and so they can be treated as such. So having said this, let me see. Oh, sorry, I'm going too fast here. Again, it's an inspiration. Has work been done on this? At a thought level. So I'm presenting you a process, an ideation that is going on with my colleagues. And so the target here is really to inform policy.
to create that confidence to our leaders that the time to act is now and never to look back again. This technology is here to stay. In fact, we are too late somehow, and I can only commend UDOM and Nelson Mandela for having won the opportunity to represent the Anglophone community in the region. I went back trying to draw the inspiration. I looked at the budget. The one I got handy was the 2021. And what I saw is that our institution, literally the health sector, is really constrained. You see the word lack of, poor. So you have a shortage of skilled personnel, and you have a weak system in terms of processes, and of course the facilities also are not adequate. Now, this presents the holistic challenge. Means if you look at the efforts being done, unfortunately, most of the presentation I've been listening at, they are more individual. They look at elements or effort that are not unified. They do not give an integrated solution. My desire is always to have that bigger picture, to look at a problem in a very holistic way. And somehow, for the researchers who use the onion model in research, you don't just peel the onion to a ring you are interested on. You look at the onion holistic, and then at the right time, you can create projects depending on which ring you want to focus. So while I was trying to draw the inspiration for this work, I found that there are 3 layers. Most of the tools that have been developed, they are focusing on these 3 layers. The first layer is where you see a patient and you see the information about the patient. And in this case, honestly, there are 2 classes, if you want, if you may. You may have a civil patient or you may have a military patient. And I can assure you, my research shows these are treated differently within the referral system in the country. And later on, I'll comment on this. And then you have the facilities. Again, you have the civil, military facilities, processes, and business models. It's not how do you pay the personnel? How do the patients pay for the services and all that? These are business models. For those who read the newspaper, I think something is going on. The Minister for Health has just promised, I think, to overhaul some of the payment models. Why? To me, it means there is a problem in the referral system. And each institution is a silo. Each facility is a silo, protects its interest and its a business model like that. And so we have a challenge. And I looked at some numbers. We have about 8,500 facilities, and about 7,000 are just dispensaries. So it's a resource-constrained sector. And then the other layer is personnel, and the expertise represented by these personnel. Now, why this slide is very important. Again, as I say, I'm trying to provoke thoughts, okay? I'll show you later on and how the referral system has been evolving. Put it in mind, it's either a patient and about his or her information, and it's about the facilities, the processes, and the business models, whether public or otherwise, but better look at them as being civilly, could be private, but civilly or military. And the personnel or the experts, okay, they are categorized on what they are good at. And this is the specialization we have. Now, when you talk of AI, you can see some opportunities by just looking at this, these 3 layers and these elements. So I come from telecom ICT, and I'm blessed to have been participating strongly in transforming the broadband readiness of the country. So when I want to look at a holistic problem, I get encouraged, I get inspired that already there are big projects that have dared to treat any problem in the country in a very holistic way. Actually, That is the national broadband backbone. I led the team that built it. We did not think of Tanzania alone. We looked at Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya. We looked at Zambia. We looked at Malawi. Their needs were built into this system. Now, if we could do this, why can't we look at the referral system the same way? And you can see how big this can be. So I went far and got informed that there is a draft, actually in the final stages of being signed out, a policy framework for AI in Tanzania health sector. This was really an inspiration to me. I don't know for you, but beware, our leaders are already on this. How much are they informed? I'm not sure, but yesterday we had a representation so powerful that you may not govern it, you may not regulate something, you have no idea what it's all about. So let us assume, I think there's some progress for our leaders that come up with policies that somehow we will not be starting from scratch. And so in that document, there is a wording that says there is a desire for a shared vision of deploying AI among digital health stakeholders in the sector. This was actually the inspiration to think big about the referral systems. And let me just show you, I think Matogolo here may want to identify with this. From the infrastructure point of view, we are not starting from scratch. There is somewhere. 10 years ago, about 15 years ago, we were struggling with the international connectivity, all right? Now, Africa is surrounded by submarine cables, and this is a 2023 plan. It's plenty, bandwidth is abundant. Let me testify, yesterday when I saw the participants presenting their papers from all over the world, some of us who created the environment to make that happen comfortably. I was so happy, very happy, very happy. So Matogoro, don't come to me and tell me it can't be done. Already there is enough on the ground, this can be done. And so take it up from there. You just have to design it properly and dimension properly and hopefully come up with your user requirements or use cases properly documented or prepared. And I hope and I believe you can play your regional role so well without any problems. Another inspiration is the ITU model for tracking the development of information society. And in that model, you can see here, there are just 3 blocks. The ICT readiness that looks at infrastructure and access, and then you have ICT capabilities, and then you have ICT use, and then eventually you monitor the impact. Now, your objectives, the objectives of the this lab, the AI4D lab, fall squarely on this. You want to look into the ecosystem, the infrastructure ecosystem properly. I think we already have the parameters that confirm you are okay. The ICT capability, I think I see you desire to train people in that category also. I'm happy I found in my archive some of the young people I've played a role to work with. If you can recognize who this is among you, and I'm happy that she's strongly playing a role. This was work she did. Devote, I hope you are there. Forgive me if you didn't expect this, but I'm happy you are playing a role on this. So the challenge AI is to drive its use, okay? To increase the use. The fear AI may take up jobs or may destroy this or that is actually undermining use, okay? You may have the people, you may have the infrastructure, and nobody is using these or deploying the capacity, still you'll not achieve your goals. Now, the challenges. Resource-strained sector, how do you improve that? Weak healthcare system, the processes, how do you transform that? Shortage of skilled personnel, how do you mitigate that? My approach is that you cannot do this individually. The projects I've seen, they are more individual projects. It's silos. I don't see the integration. I think one of the participants asked, how do you integrate all this? And so because there are silos, you need the policies, you need the regulations to protect each silo. And that's not easy. It's not easy. Now, here is something I want to share with you right away. My analysis of trying to dare to come up with a national unified referral system, actually, I realized the readiness to achieve that is already done. How do I know this? The financial sector has demonstrated this can be done. So I'll be using the sector to prove some aspects of that. If you want to do the referral system, the big way it can be done, because most of the fundamentals, the principles, the regulatory issues, the financial sector have already addressed most of them, just to customize them, and we move on. And then I have a colleague I work with also, Johnny Kamara, other lab. You may have heard something yesterday. I liked his thinking when he was developing the other lab, is that he called it the camel theory or principle. I don't want to take much time, but what I like about this idea is that many times we complain. We don't have this, we don't have that, this does not exist, we don't have, so we don't do something. The camel model simply says this animal survives in a very tough environment, but remains strong and delivers and survives, and more so protects everything the animal does. So if you take this to the lab mentality and the incubators that will be housed or supported, SMEs that will be driven with this agenda, there should be no fear. It shouldn't matter how little is available. You know, it's a blessing. What matters is that we want to do it. So I leave it like that. Later on, hopefully when you see the presentation, you'll see the links. You can listen to the formulation of the idea. It was an inspiration to him, and it has been one of those to me also. And the summary is like this: collaborate, develop solutions, methodologies, and come up with best practices that mutually benefit all of us. And to me, this is it. So the AI4D lab, if this is not already inculcated in whatever you are doing, then perhaps we have to look at it one more time and see that we address it, because the pioneers of AI in Africa already riding this agenda powerfully, and we cannot deviate much from that. So the idea, this is my idea. I grew up in really rural, and I love when I can learn it from nature. When you talk of a shared vision, that's easy, but how do you deliver? I've learned when you look at the head of lions going for a kill, you know, they have a vision, no doubt about it, but they go in a very unified way, and I call it unified mission. So my dream and our thoughts to my colleague is that if we are to come up with a referral system using AI, we better go for a shared vision and at the same time demand a unified mission, which means no one should be acting alone. Should not be an issue of funding, should not be an issue of which sector you are. As long as you are trying to develop or deploy AI, you should never act alone, because it's very risky, as you will see in my examples later on. So we all know what a referral system is. So I put this in a very academic way if you want. Basically, remember the three layers: the patient, the facilities, and the experts or the personnel. You link this in a mechanism, okay? And the process is basically their categorization, hierarchies, in a way that if you have this problem, you can only go to another facility to be attended to. Another model you can compare is the legal system. We have primary courts, they cannot handle criminal cases. So if you are caught up out there in a primary level, you are given a referral system to go to a higher court. And I think this is how a referral system works. But there are so many assumptions that drive this kind of mechanism. Now, when you deploy AI, when you see this system collapses, completely collapses. And what does that mean now? Let me go back slowly here. Why? The referral, expert opinion, people are looking for that, additional support or services, admission, for better diagnostic tools like that. And basically, there are about 4 levels I've identified or retracted from our thoughts. Level 1 of the referral system, extremely manual. This is what we have had for many years. What does it really do? A patient is moved to a medical facility, or a doctor or medical expert is moved to a patient. That's all. And whatever happened in the middle is physical, very physical, time consuming, and very risky. In Dar es Salaam, for example, for those who come from here, we are aware there's a facility I would call Identify Mwananyamala. If you are driving with an ambulance from Mwananyamala Hospital to Muimbili, and you happen to cross the Salando Bridge, you have to pray that it's not clogged. If it's the jam is there, you may lose a life while you are attempting to take the patient to the hospital. And this is the challenge. And then it came telemedicine. Telemedicine, basically, people realized layer 1 can be interconnected to layer 2, if you remember again, to the facilities and therefore to the experts in another smart way. What you do is patient can still move to a medical specialist, a specialist can move to a patient, but now it happened. The information about the patient can be sent to the doctor. But then not the doctor himself, but the expertise of the doctor can be sent to the patient. And we had a project, we called it telemedicine, supported by ITU before, and we were transforming the post offices to play this role. And we had a challenge. People did not believe. They expected out there you need a sanitized environment that you can protect the expertise of the doctor to visit a patient out there. And we were saying you need a lower cadre medical expert or medical staff to support your patient while all the information, the diagnostic information are sent to the expert. I think this helped somehow. Telemedicine helped. I remember Mauritius is the best for this. They have a wonderful island. They don't want to go anywhere. They want to work while they're in Mauritius. But how do you bring the expertise to us? So when I was working in TTCL, we tested a heart surgery between KCMC and Germany, and it worked through a connectivity that was properly programmed. So I believe telemedicine can work, but it was very low. So here we go now. Instead of moving patients or moving doctors, our information or expertise, here is now an opportunity. You can actually digitize the expert, codify the expert through machine learning, and then you deploy that in real time. I'll allow you to swallow that one, okay? In the other stages, you could not do that. The expert remained the doctor. He has to be there. But if he's not there, there's nothing happens. But where we are going with AI, the machine can be extremely codified or taught to behave like you, and therefore we may not need you, not because you're useless, just that given the shortage of staff or personnel, this can supplement the support, the access to personnel. So here is a summary of moving you from manual to telemedicine to AI enabled. Look careful now here. Clients will receive optimal care and appropriate level, and hopefully at affordable cost. And the hospitals or facilities will be used optimally. Now, these are highlights of what AI can do. I'll give examples later. Clients who most need specialist services will access them. Now, the number 4, their primary health services will be utilized. Actually, let me assure you, there are doctors that because they work in a primary facility, they are perhaps better equipped to handle some cases than if the same was sent to a consulting hospital. But they don't have the opportunity to exercise that capacity. And I have this experience, and many times, some doctors have handled in a very, very expert only that. If we have somebody who's so good out there, why is he alone out there? Why shouldn't he go national? Why don't we make him available to everybody? Let me apply the educational sector. You see some secondary schools, they have teachers, they teach so well, the whole school gets Division 1. But you have schools that actually, the whole school may get Division 0. And you wonder, it's the same country. What happened if that good teacher out there who produces Division 1 had the AI enablement around her or him? Would it be wrong for the same teacher to teach the other schools? Now, this is the challenge we have for the medical sector. Some of us have tested this, it works, only that there are no rules on the ground. And the challenge of the payroll is even more, how do you include these people in the payroll? I don't know. Should it mean all people are paid the same salary? No, I leave that to the leaders, to the government officials to think about it. Number 5, skilled medical personnel and their expertise will be multiplied. Okay, when you are multiplied, if you remember before digital signatures came up, can you imagine a corporate officer, CEO signing checks or documents along? But nowadays, you can program a computer and it will do the signature as long as it's protected and controlled. So you can multiply the expertise, actually. This is all over, it's known and it's practical. Now, number 6 is where I really like.
Yes. We're left with just 2 minutes.
I'm almost heading to the end.
Oh,
unified data sets can be generated. Why? People who are working out there, they don't know if what they are doing is good. But with a unification like this, it can be captured, tracked and captured and put into a repository. So how do you address now the challenges, the burning question? There was a question yesterday. Mr. Omar asked, governance of AI tools is critical, especially to protect the rights of citizens. Well, I think I have an answer. If you go to the financial sector, look careful. The Bank of Tanzania says, we don't know how to regulate this. We don't know what it is. There are 2 stages. They said, test and learn approach, okay? And then after a while, I think about 10 years, now they learned something. Now they've shifted to here, if you look here, mandate and monitor. So why should we wait for a regulation? I leave it to you on this. So don't wait, start with test and learn, then you move to mandate and monitor, and then eventually go to formal regulation. Here is the question, whose patient is out there being treated by a doctor in another facility? Who owns that patient? Which facility will bill, etc. Now, my proposal here, I just said, if you look at the utilities model today, carefully here, you buy a look at utility, electricity here. You see, you pay once, but look at how many people get the money. The government gets VAT 18%, EURA gets 1%. REA here gets 3%, which means the doctor should not worry how to get their money. It's just a payment module that will be attached to the AI tools. Which facility will store the data and the repository of the data? The fear that my data is my patient and all that. My proposal is that we move from know your customer to know your patient. And this is a data set definition. I leave it to the expert to think about it. So in conclusion, vision without action is a daydream, and action without vision is nightmare. And I don't want this to be, so I challenge everybody. Let us think deep to go unified. And I believe this can be done. This is a challenge. I don't have the answers to some of the questions. I thought I was giving a keynote, so we should be discussing this and proposing how to enrich the idea. Thank you so much for listening, and Gloria, you can take over now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaipuna, and and sorry for rushing you since we were having only a few minutes for the 2 sessions. So yeah, I request if anyone has a question, they can just direct it to the Q&A window. And I also asked the previous presenters to continue attending the questions which have been asked by the attendees. some of the questions are still not yet attended. So on that note, so we continue, we go to the next presenter, Professor Mfo from University of Johannesburg. I would like to welcome you for the next presentation, and we are sorry for taking some of your minutes. As she gets prepared, I will introduce her by reading her bio. So Professor Mfo is an NRF-rated researcher specializing in computational linguistics. She's an associate professor and deputy director at the Institute of Intelligent Systems, University of Johannesburg. Amongst numerous awards she has received, she is a real UNESCO Women in Sub-Saharan Africa region fellow, as well as DST Women in Science alumni. So Professor Mfo has worked in numerous projects with project partners across the continent. She currently serves on the IDEMIA Black Women's Ownership Trust Board of the trustee, as well as on the advisory body for the Pan-African Information and Communication Technology Association. So Professor Mfo would like to welcome you for the presentation.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, good. So thank you guys for having me in Tanzania. I will say it's an interesting place to be. I have never in my life been in a room with people who look like me, 100%. So I'm happy to be in Tanzania, and thank you to the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela Institute for having me. And hopefully today we have learned a couple of lessons over the 2 days. And the aim of my talk is to bring everything together and have some, underlying questions answered, have some future questions that needs to be looked at in terms of policy, and the role of academia in the fourth industrial revolution and society and taking Africa forward, right? So this has been explained, so I'm just gonna jump onto where I am from. I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa, and I'm based at the University of Johannesburg. So why is this important? Because we at the university have actually made it our vision and mission to be #1 in the fourth industrial revolution for the country and the continent. And basically what this means is that we have put all our efforts in terms of research, teaching and learning, and outreach into this. So all hands are on deck here. And to do this, and our efforts were actually now recognized by the Times Higher Education ranking. And this ranking is quite important because this is the only ranking that actually looks at academia outside of research output, right? Remember, when we are ranked as Ivy League or not, we are ranked basically on how much research we output and how many postdocs we have and all that. So Times Higher Education ranking actually looks at the community outreach that we have as a university. It looks at what we are teaching and learn, what we are teaching to our students, as well as our research. And why is this important? Is because of scholarship has literally moved from just churning out knowledge, publishing papers and putting them at the back of our library, to actually now having to take a forefront of leading our society and making sure that we are the voice of where society should go. And we have responsibility. And we have this responsibility because, first of all, we are funded by people's money. And I think this is the same in Tanzania, where we're publicly funded. And therefore, it is important that the research we do serves the communities that we are in, right? And one of the community things that we need to look at what we're doing is how do we give back? And this is why the Times Education ranking is important, because it actually is basically using the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals to measure our research and teaching and outreach. So we are #1 in South Africa, terms of the Times ranking, and number 2 in Africa in terms of this ranking. Number 1 is Aswan in Egypt. And worldwide, we are number 3 in terms of how, our output in poverty. So how we actually now give back to society in terms of the goal of having no poverty by 2030, which is, I will talk about those goals and again in later slides, decent work, quality education, gender equality, and so on and so forth. So this is where UJ is ranked. Now, what is sustainable development? So in simple terms, in layman's terms, this is actually making sure that we leave a world behind that our future generations can live on and can actually work with, right? So it's not about the here and now, but it's about the future and the future generations. Now, the UN is a major driver of this, and we are quite lucky in terms of in scholarship, and this is quite lucky for having this blueprint for scholars and activists and policymakers and governments, because now we know what to look at in terms of how do we achieve sustainable development in the world and in Africa and in individual countries. Now, it is quite, we always talk about Africa as though it's a monolith, right? It's not a monolith. Different regions advance in different paces, different countries advance in different paces, but there should be some lessons learned across all these countries, because we do have an underlying problem in Africa, or even an advantage that the EU doesn't have, or the US, right? Is that we have a fairly young population. So by 2030, 75% of Africa will be under 35. Sort of, sub-Saharan and the SADC will be around 70%. So we have a lot of base to work with. We have a lot of upskilling to work with. And we had a lot of knowledge that we can tap into and skills. We have quite a young nation. And therefore, this is one of the things that as Africa, we can bend on, right? Number 2, Africa has a problem with the digital divide, right? And this is across all of Africa. This is not a country-specific thing. Africa also has a problem with gender equality. This is not a South Africa, this is not a Tanzania, this is not a Rwanda, it's an African problem. And all these things are things that as Africans, as a continent, we can come in and work together as in that. So just a note on the SDGs, the 17 of them. If you look into the UN website, you will see that, how do we guarantee that there's no poverty by the year 2030? Bearing in mind that this were drafted in 2015, we are in 2022. We're not very close to actually getting these goals, in the next 8 years, but we will try, right, using what we have in AI. And we've seen throughout these 2 days that different countries and different institutions and different scholars are trying to actually answer these goals, albeit everyone is hidden under the wall of China. So someone in Malawi is doing crop harvest. But again, the Great Wall of China and academia is that nice research, after the funding, after the masters and postdocs, the research gets shoved away and society never gets benefit from it. This is the problem with academia. We write nice projects, we get nice money, we produce our papers, we get our professorships, we go home, and society never gets to hear about this. So this wall needs to be broken down, because this research literally goes, if you're talking about crop harvest or egg production, this actually talks to the SDG 1, right, of no poverty, right? And it also talks about artificial intelligence for food security and for farming. We have a large farming community in Africa, especially horticultural farming. And that actually now brings into the economy. If you have horticultural farmers, how do we make sure that these people actually get access to the market? And this is where artificial intelligence comes in, right? Where we use AI to say, okay, this is what they do. They do their farming, they take some of the produce to eat, some of the produce they actually want to sell it, but how do we ensure that they get access to the market that they wouldn't otherwise get into? And how does AI actually help us with this? So this is how you would actually approach sustainable development. Now, I always say, and this is my belief, is that technology should never drive development, but development should drive technology. So you don't come up with a piece of technology and hope and pray that people find a need for it, because that means people are not going to touch it, right? We all know this when we do technology adoption and acceptance. So basically, we need to find out what are Africans comfortable with, what is their current way of life, right, in terms of farming, healthcare, and how AI can actually now enhance the experience and make their lives better. If I come with drone technology in Johannesburg to deliver food parcels, I will guarantee you that in Johannesburg that will fail 100%, because those drones will be shot down, probably number one, and those food will be stolen. The same, so in Rwanda this can work well, because of maybe in Tanzania, because your crime levels are not this high. In South Africa, that cannot work. So what can work in South Africa, right? And how it can be replicated. So this is quite important. You don't bring a piece of technology without understanding the people's culture. We need to understand the people, and artificial intelligence for Africa needs to be people-centric. And therefore, number one, it means we cannot always import solutions from the EU. We cannot import also always solutions from the US. And I think one of the speakers today talked about how then bias keeps on to pay. We've seen gender bias in technology. We've seen racial bias in technology. Something as simple as Microsoft Teams. We could see, you know, when lockdown started, there was some glitches with how it was recognizing our black faces. You know, our ears were getting cut off, our things were getting cut off. And you could see that whoever was in the room when this thing was developed, there were not enough black people there. And this is quite important. If you're gonna do something for the disabled people, make sure that there's someone disabled in there. If you're gonna do something for women, make sure that the women are there. And when I say women, I'm not saying asking for from South Africa there. South Africa is a different landscape, especially if you come to me as someone from urban South Africa who doesn't have any knowledge of rural South Africa. So you need to be quite representative for us to be able to get these goals. Now, what is the role of universities in all this, right? Now, universities are actually social institutions. They've always been social institutions from inception. We all know that universities are quite elitist. We are getting better at that in terms of inclusion of the kind of students that access universities. And this is true for Africa, right? Not everyone gets access to universities. And therefore universities cannot always say, well, we do knowledge creation and transfer, because you only transfer that information to a very small number of the population. Now, how do we make sure that universities allow the entire society to enter the fourth industrial revolution, embrace the fourth industrial revolution, and then help society adapt to the rapid social and technological changes? Because with the fourth industrial revolution and the changes that come with it, robotic, drone technology, blockchain, a lot of things are changing and people are being left behind, right? It would be arrogant for us as we sit here who have access to this kind of information and knowledge to say that this is the silver bullet and the whole of Tanzania and the whole of Africa. You know, the guys who are driving the tuk-tuks are going to be coming, you know, benefiting from this. So how do universities make sure that they don't only talk to the elite that have access to the knowledge, but to the society at large? Number one, universities, you know, we do research, we do teaching and learning, but teaching and learning to only our students who get access to them. What about upskilling the other people? What are we doing to upskill the general society? Are we actually embedded in the society? Which boards are we sitting in? Am I sitting in a board that is, you know, of an NGO that contributes to society? Where am I lending my voice? And this is why it's important for now the scholars to understand that it's not only about the research and the funding and the promotion, but to actually now sit within the society that we live in and actually also give back. We have more power now. And these are the things that we do right now in our university. So we move not only from teaching and learning, but also in community outreach. And this is why it was mentioned where I sit in board. So PACTA is an Pan-African organization in Africa that actually deals with digital inclusion, transformation of the economy in townships and rural areas across the whole of Africa. And again, IDEMIA deals with digital technologies. So it allows me as a scholar to know what these big corporates are planning to do in Africa and where they're going with Africa, and to also lend my voice in the advancement of African technologies. And this is how universities need to transform. And this is quite important because we do all this research. We come here and we do all this, we open up the labs and the centers. But at the end of the day, it is also quite important to remember that it is the taxpayers' money that afford us this opportunity. And therefore, we have a role and a responsibility to actually do research that speaks back to the society. Now, I mean, I said, artificial intelligence as a driver for sustainable development. And artificial intelligence is the driver basically for the fourth industrial revolution. Now, the question you will always get is Africa in the fourth industrial revolution? And how are we in it when there are parts where there's no electricity, there's no water, there's no infrastructure? And unfortunately for Africa is that this revolution is not a way for us, it's actually here. It's always important for us to remember that we are part of a global world, and globally it has taken over, and also in Africa, we are here and it's here to stay. Now, one of the drivers of AI is automation and digital technologies. But now automation, when you talk about our society, brings, some fear, right? Because we do have a lot of unskilled labor, and we do, manual labor does contribute to a lot of jobs, right? And when we talk about automation, people think about robots coming to take over their jobs. Again, it is the role of scholars to make sure that people understand that technology actually enhances our living experiences and helps us in our living experiences, but it will never, ever replace human beings. Computers are really not that smart. I know that, people have talked about conscious and unconscious AI, they're not that smart, right? What happens in your brains, a computer will not likely in the next 10 to 20 years replicate how our brains work. And until we can make them replicate how our brains work, they cannot be that smart. But this message is not bringing up pause in terms of society. And this is why people want nothing to do with technology in our society, in our communities. Because if you say you're going to bring a drone to do farming, then farmers then say, but we're going to lose jobs. Right? If you're going to do smart cities, then queue marshals and traffic cops, they'll say we have no jobs. And this is true. We do have a lot of unskilled labor. Now it's out the time for, academia to move from just teaching and producing degrees to now doing other things like upskilling in short courses and being embedded in the community. Now, number one is how do we identify areas of impact, right? And who sets out the goals? Like I said, we've been here for 2 days. We've seen different things. We've seen AI in healthcare. We've seen a lot of AI in farming, AI in the economy. All these are good, but what exactly are they actually working towards for Africa or Tanzania as a country? All these are nice, but what are we getting towards, right? They're all done in silos. So who goes and says, for Africa, this is what we want to be in the year 2050, and all the governments need to focus on this? Is it the AU? Of course, it's not the AU. We've seen that, it hasn't been done yet, so it can't be the AU. Individual countries, who does it? Who sets the direction? Is it academia? Is it activists? Is it NGOs? Is it governments? Who actually sets out? Or do we go back to the West and say, give us 100 million and tell us what to do with it and tell us where we're going? Which is basically what we've been doing, and clearly it's not working. So we need a strategy, and this is quite important. As I said, the growth is here and it's taking place rapidly, and it's changing how we view the world. So again, who do we turn to for leadership? Now we see in the West that the EU has a strategy, but individual countries have done their own strategies. And what we've seen in Africa is also the same, right? You see Rwanda having set up their first AI. It's the first country to have a strategy set out and launched in terms of their own artificial intelligence institute. Kenya is working towards it. South Africa is working towards it, where we have now a commission that was concluded with the report, and the report said we need an AI institute for the country, where all the mandate of what needs to be done, so areas of impact, where the opportunities for AI in South Africa are going to come from. Who gets to be part of this institute? Who does what, when, and how? And what is the overall goal? So where are we marching towards? Are we marching towards 2030 and 2022 or 2050? So this is where South Africa is. One has just launched, so Rwanda has the institute its own. Then the question is, can this be replicated? The answer is yes, it can be replicated. But then, our challenges are different, right? If you're American, you always think, well, Africa, it's not. Right? What happens in Tanzania is great, but the challenges here are quite different from the challenges in South Africa. For instance, M-Pesa worked quite well here in helping with the digital divide of of financial inclusion. But, and would this have worked in SADC? Probably not, because South Africa already has great banking systems and digital systems, and almost a lot of people have access to the banking system. It would have been successful, but would have been needed? No. Would have uptake have been good as it was in East Africa? No. But was it a good idea? Yes. Did we take some of it? Of course we did. South Africa now has money wallets everywhere with all the banks. So the big banks actually took an idea from East Africa and monetized it in SADC. So we took something that actually worked here and customized it to our own. And this is the same, where we say policymakers in the government needs to pump into this. Have one central point where the research is facilitated, one central funding body, and include everyone. Now, if you give the University of Dodoma 100 million to run the mandate of artificial intelligence in Tanzania, I can tell you that for free that a lot of people will left behind. Because in Dodoma University, what they're going to do, they're going to take that 100 million, have postdocs, have PhDs, have masters, have researchers, have the executive team, do research after 5 years, give you a nice research report, but society will be left behind. Thank you. So we need this AI Institute for us to be able to drive the mandate and to be sure that no one is left behind. So in the Institute, you would have academics, you'd have activists, you'd have countless people who know what's happening within our society. What we also need to do is actually lean on AI to actually achieve our goals, but we need to know what our goals are. Right. And the first thing to know what your goal is, you need to know what your biggest pain point is. So if your biggest pain point is farming, then your first goal is, how do you do sustainable farming in Tanzania? Because if farming is your biggest pain point, and this is farming where a lot of employment is farming because people are mostly agricultural farmers, then you kind of kill three birds with one stone. You kill no poverty, you kill economy, because then you have decent jobs and work, and you also kill no hunger. So it's two goals in one goal. So this is what you would have to do. So find your goal, measure out the risk and opportunities, and find a technology to help you out with this. Now, like I said, we need policy makers to actually give us direction. So it's one thing for academics and scholars to come up with solutions, but without funding, this is problematic. And we get funding from policymakers and government, right? We need to think about what Africa looks like in the next 30 years and what kind of jobs are going to exist, and how do we prepare the 75% in 2030 that will be under 35 to make sure that they're prepared for the future. We need policy and regulatory frameworks. We've seen how technology can go haywire without any framework and rules. We need infrastructure. For this to work out good, we need infrastructure. So we also need infrastructure requirements and funding to make sure that YR can be realized. We need diversity and inclusion to make sure that everyone is represented and no one is left behind. We also need to open the private sector. The private sector comes into our continent, makes a lot of money, takes out a lot of money, and gives us peanuts. So we need to make sure that they understand their role in giving back to the community through this AI Institute. And our artificial intelligence needs to be rooted within communities. It shouldn't be a blue sky thing. And we also need to upskill artificial intelligence talent, right? So, a BSc computer science degree in 1999 will probably not be efficient for what is happening in computer science as a field right now. And if that is true, that is true, we can think of me as someone who completed my undergrad degree in 2008, 7, yeah. What I learned then and what's being taught now is quite different. You can understand what someone without any IT background is going through. Something as simple as using a mobile phone, a smartphone, can be quite daunting. So even when you do these technologies, you need to be mindful of who the archetypal people are going to be. So if you're going to do something for women farmers in rural Tanzania, having a nice, smart, application is fun, but will they be able to use them? To use that application? No. Did you think about data? How much data it actually takes for that application to load on their phones? How much money will be spent on data? How much on average does an average Tanzanian have to work? How many hours to be able to afford 100 megabytes of data? And these are things that need to be talked about and thought about when we come up with AI and how we can achieve our goals. Because finances are also a problem. It's nice to have nice solutions, but when no one uses them, it's a waste of money and time for everyone. So police, I have to stop because I have 5 minutes left, which I've finished. But thank you so much for coming in. I think I've left with more questions than anything and food for thought. So this is all the ways you can say thank you in South Africa, but I do know I've learned in the past 3 days in Tanzania is actually Asante Sana. So thank you so much for having me and inviting me to spend some time with you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Mfo, and we are very sorry for rushing you, and would really like to give just 4 minutes for 2 questions from the participants. And if there are no questions, we jump on the next session, which is our panel discussion. And this will be chaired by Dennis Pastori, Dr. Dennis Pastori, if you're around. Since we are running out of time, so participants can continue writing their questions on the Q&A or the chat box. And yeah, and for the on-site participants, if you have any question, you can just ask and then we go to the next session.
I have a few more questions. The vote academy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Professor Mfo and Engineer Dr. Yona. I think these last 2 presentations have given us new insights and actually thought-provoking, especially when Engineer Dr. Yona spoke about having a shared vision and to avoid this AI solutions in silos. And Professor Mfo, what you just gave us almost speaks the same thing on how can we derive a shared vision to make sure that the solutions that we are creating are more focused and especially to be relevant in our domains. Now, I was wondering, Professor Mfo, in your experience and maybe how you did it in South Africa, can you give us some learnings on what can we do as AI researchers in Tanzania if we want to achieve that part of having a shared vision, knowing that majority of these are derived or governed by the government, and we are public universities, and sometimes the private universities are also taking some research activities and etc. So how can we put things together, or how can the government come into place to derive that kind of a shared vision so that the universities or the private sector no longer work in silos, but rather have a common understanding of what are needed or what areas are going to be impactful in the sense of AI in our country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. From experience, and this is the experience that has been replicated across a lot of countries, is that the government needs to provide a conducive environment for innovation and knowledge creation and facilitation of knowledge, right? And this is what the environment does, and this is funding. So number one is that the government should be able to look at what AI means for society, but for Tanzania. And from then, once it has given out, what strengths and risks and threats it gives, so the SWOT analysis, then it should find a way to drive the mandate of artificial intelligence for the country. Now, the strategy could be to, open up a body, right, or a commission or a committee that is represented across all sectors of society, right, that will actually now give basically concrete direction and vision to say that the next step, this committee would be some professors, industry players, activists, everyone forms part of this committee. And then in that committee, a report would come to say, this is the clear direction as a country that we're going towards, and this is how we're going to do towards it. And in going towards that, this is what we need people to do. This is what we need universities to do. This is what we need colleges to do. With this, what we need basic education to do. because as we know that there always is the gap between basic and higher education. So how do we make sure that no man is left behind? But this is always driven by the government. And also, put the money where the mouths are and give out funding to allow us to be able to experiment. This revolution requires a lot of experimentation and errors to be done, and money needs to be given to us to make sure that we can experiment.
Well, thank you for that. And I would like to invite Dennis to take over for the panel discussion. Dennis, are you there?
Yeah, thank you. Is the on-ground well set?
Sorry. Before Dennis proceed, I will kindly ask the panelists to go in front here. Professor Mfosori, we need you back here. Who else is going to be? Dr. Jamal, we need you before us here, please. Yes, Dennis, I was just asking the panelists to come before the on-site speakers.
Yeah, thank you. I think one more person, Jumanne.
Jumanne left us here, but he said he will join us virtually.
Okay. Ms. Mahadir, are you around?
Let me allow her to join.
Jumanne, you around? Are you gonna be online or are you gonna be on physically?
Yes, I'm here.
So Jumanne is gonna be online. So
I'm allowing him to talk. He was on the list of
okay.
attendees.
Okay. Please go ahead to grant him access to talk. Done. And maybe share video. Good. Yamawe, if you're done, let's go.
Sure, we are ready to go.
So let's begin. It's been a great pleasure to come to almost the end of this 2-day workshop. I know some people a little bit exhausted, so for the next 1 hour, we love us to bring our brains together and contemplate on what has been placed on table all over the world. I should say that, because we've had presentations outside Africa, and it's a good time that we brainstorm this. So on this panel, we have 5 people. I should mention we have Jumanne, we have Jamal, we have Mfo, and we have Ms. Mahadir. So this is how we're gonna do. We're gonna have some questions, set out some questions. I'll just present them before us here. But before that, let's have just a small introduction, beginning from the online people. We have Ms. Mahadir. Please just shortly introduce yourself, and then we'll have Jumanne, and then we'll have Professor Mfo and Jamal. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am Mahadia Tunga, co-founder of Tanzania Data Lab and leading the Directorate of Data Science, Research and Capacity Development, but I'm also a faculty member of the University of Dar es Salaam College of College of ICT. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahadia. We really appreciate your presence here. We know you've done a great work in the data space in Tanzania and perhaps outside Tanzania. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel. Next is Jumanne. Jumanne, please, can you go ahead?
Hello everyone, my name is Jumanne Mariki. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures. Sorry, I had to left. I wasn't feeling well, but I'm here with you guys.
Okay, hope you're feeling well.
I'm doing well now.
Thank you, thank you. So let's have proceed with Professor Mfo and then Dr. Baza.
From Johannesburg, South Africa.
Dr. Nyamawe, is the mic is not clear? We cannot hear.
Yeah, she has introduced herself, Professor Mfo from Johannesburg University. I think now we can proceed to Jamal.
Okay. Oh, Jamal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamal Barnes from the Sokoine University of Agriculture. I'm a lecturer and an AI expert.
So thank you all for the introduction. So this is how we're gonna do. We don't have to go into all the presentations that the cases, but we have this. Let me just give you the introduction. We've seen how successful through the presentations we've had in agriculture, in health, but now drawing down to the SDG, as you know, this theme, which is embracing AI for Africa's sustainable development. Now, the context of how we can present or share your views, this could be based on Tanzania case or Africa, and probably that would do best. Now, here comes the question. Where do we stand in embracing this AI for sustainable development? How is the situation? So I'll just give each one at least 1 to 2 minutes. Just give us your thoughts on where do we stand in whatever aspect that in your field. We come from SDG research, some from the ecosystem like Jumaine. We have Maharia, you also have your experience. So just give us your thought, just a rough thought on where we stand per se in embracing the AI. Please go ahead, starting off with Mahadia.
I hoped I would be the last. So yeah. So in terms of where do we stand, so maybe if I take the two hats, one as academician. So I feel like now there is appetite towards including ICT, AI related courses and data science related courses at the universities. The appetite is high. The main challenge is to cope with the speed while we are introducing new courses, but we also have to produce the experts that are going to train on the courses. So currently I see the two are going in parallel. So that's it's a challenge in a way that we have to cope with the speed, and maybe perhaps that I would argue that we need to forge the collaboration with the industry to ensure that we complement on the efforts that the academic institutions are taking currently. And on the other side, from the data science now lab, I see that the industry now is ready to use the data science related products as compared to before, because when DLab started in 2016, by the time we had data scientists and then we introduced the data science related course. Unfortunately, we found that at that time, the skills that people needed were the basic data skills to use, to just manipulate and make simple analysis. And then we had to calibrate our programs in such a way that they are meaningful to the society that we serve. But now, 4 years later, I see things have changed, and there is appetite. People have not only the appetite, but people also have the right skills. The major challenge, and this will be my last point, the major challenge I see is the data side. The data producers are not ready to share the data or make it in a format that these local data scientists can use to make meaningful products. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting those 3 points. So let's go straight to Jumanne. You have a different probably perspective from the ecosystem, and I know you have experience. So please go ahead and share on that. Where do we stand?
Yeah, so thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me just confirm that you can hear me well. My internet was acting up. Can you hear me?
Very sound and clear.
Okay, great. So from the agenda, it looks like I'm supposed to give a perception from the angle of startups and investment.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you look in the past few years, the Africa innovation ecosystem from an investment landscape has evolved a lot. The 2021 or the pinnacle of success, the amount of capital that came to invest in African startup was more than $5 billion USD. This is almost 6 or 7 times what we received a few years before that. But also, if you look in terms of the quality of startups, also they've increased a lot, especially in the so-called kings, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt, where most of the talent is. So we will continue to see these kind of trends happening, especially in future and emerging technologies, which include artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, and similar technologies. But so far, what we are seeing, most of the startup are primarily focusing on the financial technology sector, also known as the fintech sector. We have startups that are focusing in the climate tech, green tech, that is where also most of the capital go. We have some few health tech startups. The next big challenge will be how are we going now to create startups that actually are capitalizing on these emerging technologies? Because one of the challenges of emerging technologies are heavily driven by existence of data. And if you look at one of the biggest challenges that Africa is facing in terms of the data conundrum, as I call it, basically those who have data, which most of the time is government and big development agencies, they don't use the data. And those who need to use the data, they don't have access to them. So I think it will be very crucial in the next phase to try to see how we can link within the two. And also, since we want to move to the intangible economy, where trademarks, patents, and copyrights will become something of huge value compared to physical asset, it's very, very important now we start to groom, especially our talent locally, to start capitalizing on these emerging technologies. I was reading an article by Google and IFC that actually estimate Africa's internet economy to reach 180 billion USD by 2030. So there's a unique opportunity there, but there are a couple of things that we need to get right. One is we need to invest massively in infrastructure so that we can be able to produce high quality and relevant data. Second, we need to invest also in creating conducive legal and regulatory framework that will encourage these innovations to flourish so that our regulatory framework doesn't act as obstacle to this innovation driven by the new and emerging technologies. But also our universities and academic institutions need to invest in talent so that we can have high quality talent that are going to come up with this solution. And finally, strategic partnerships and collaboration between different ecosystem members. So I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, thank you. You've gone farther than even giving the something which I'll come to later. So I'm going to skip Dr. Mfo. Dr. Basil, please go ahead. Dr. Jamal, yeah.
Okay, thank
and then
you.
we'll come to Dr. Mfo after you.
Okay. I'll speak on academia certainly, because there is the area that I'm familiar with. I think we should start with an adequate investment on the technical capacity. We should allow our young scientists to love and like to learn from the AI, to embrace AI by introducing the AI components in our courses in universities, and also introducing the new programs that are more innovative and that are AI related. Secondly, we should also invest on research. So after this young generation, young scientists have some knowledge on artificial intelligence, then now they should also have some capacity to do some research on the area. And with this way, our way forward to artificial intelligence will be in the right path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mfo, I'm going to skip you, but let's get to this question here. It's good you've all highlighted where we stand in terms of research, capital, investment, the regulatory, to push this further when it comes to what we see the next few years. Now, let's get back a little bit to how we acknowledge it. We understand the positives and the negatives that's in health, education, and agriculture. And we witnessed, and we all, what you just mentioned, they can have a very impactful to the challenges that we face. Now, here comes the question. Should we listen and agree to these positive impacts that we get, and then we have these negative impacts that we get? So how should we accept those? How should we go by? Should we just understand, okay, this is the good part of it, and this is the bad part of it? How should we look at that in terms of not strategy per se, but in the perspective of two sectors? I mean, you're looking at the consumers, and then you're looking at the different bodies here. I believe, Professor Mfo, you can have some clue on that. Maybe we can start with you. If you don't understand the question as well, I can clarify.
Yeah, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're understanding that how do we deal with the backlash of technologies and still
Exactly.
Okay. Also,
exactly.
Yeah. So the thing is, we should, I mean, and also everyone here is an academic, and we know that we should be open to critique, and we should be critiqued, right? And it serves us right to be critiqued because of, as innovators, as academics, we like to make decisions and make solutions that people never asked for. So if you do something that people never needed or wanted, they will critique you. And this is why it's important to engage with all stakeholders, including end users, including funders, including academics, including activists, when you develop solutions, to avoid you giving them something A, they don't want, B, they don't need, C, they can't even afford to use. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a follow-up on that. If we are to accept that, and here comes a question that we have to look at it in this way. Can we quantify whatever we're mentioning? Can we make it in a framework that is well defined? Because we see we needed to go further. And I don't want to go back, or maybe we shouldn't go back on the ethics and how we're looking at how it's impacting us, how we should take the precautions. But let's look forward. How should you go in terms of quantifying? Just a reference. Yesterday we had a good presentation which gave us the reference of the report of the status of AI, giving more especially on the number of companies, that's the number of the implementations, how they've gone, the distribution in the whole region, the areas which are being impacted on. But now let's get back. Can we really define this? Can we quantify this? And by quantifying that, you can give it in whatever way you can think that could be possible. I know it's a little bit challenging question, but I would love to hear the views from maybe beginning from Mahadir. Ms. Mahadir?
In terms of quantification, since I'm also bringing a perspective of inclusion into this panel, maybe I would quantify in terms of the inclusivity. So if you look at the statistics, we see that, yes, we want to have inclusive, we want to be inclusive, but if you look at statistics, we find that girls at these, I was just looking at the secondary schools results and graduation rates have improved compared to previous, especially in STEM related subjects, though as a country generally this year, this year ICT has performed very poorly. And of course, mathematics, I wouldn't mention that. And these are the all foundational towards AI at the higher learning institution. So if you come to the college, at the university level, we only have 1/3 of the graduates who are female. So you see that while we are talking about all these all these improvements in the AI sector, but when we consider at the angle of inclusion, if we don't make things right, we won't have that sustainable. It won't be sustainable because it's only 1/3 of the graduates. From the ICT courses are women. And these are just graduating ICT, but if we zoom into the courses that are actually going foundational to the AI, like the programming and mathematics, we have general challenge in both male and female, but we have a bigger challenge to the female students. We have very few female students who actually are performing in the programming related courses and mathematics, and it's less than 10%. So you see that if we go down to the inclusion angle, we are actually leaving behind the women into the AI agenda. And this is also in line with the other global statistics, which like for the African, at the African level, it's only 37% of those who are in ICT, who are in AI and data careers are women. And that we did not even break down into ethnicity. You'll just find that there are less Black women. So in terms of inclusion, we really have a challenge as a country as well as globally, because even in the US itself, we have seen that the statistics are actually, we are seeing that women graduating in computing careers, the graph is going down instead of going up. So yeah, in terms of if we are talking about the sustainable development, if we are talking about the sustainability angle, we need to think of how we are going to improve the number in terms of inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. End of the panel, physical, if you have any suggestion, please just pick up the mic and add on that. Dr. Jamal, Professor Fo, if you have any contribution on that. No, okay, good. So, Jumane, are you still around? I just want to, you raised up something that I think probably should touch on. We're talking about the need of getting these partnerships. I believe you have some ideas of that. Could you probably give us your view on that? And I understand there's some initiatives that you've already moved into. Could you please enlighten us, more especially that the brains are here, the academia, and how they should understand that from the other part of the world of the ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think, first of all, so from our perspective, and when I say our perspective, I mean Sahara Ventures. As a company, our mission is to build the innovation ecosystem. So we work with different ecosystem partners, and we see academia and academic institution as among key strategic collaborators on the works that we're doing, because they play a very crucial role in the ecosystem. First, they contribute to the bigger body of knowledge, which they provide new insight and information that is relevant for the growth of any ecosystem. But also they provide talent, which are very crucial for the growth of any innovation ecosystem. If you look at Silicon Valley, then you have Stanford. If you look at Helsinki, you have Aalto University. So usually it's universities that are driving the agenda of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology transformation. So we're involved in multiple projects with universities. One of our biggest ongoing project right now is called Innovacity. And the Innovacity project is looking into helping academic institutions to transform from second to third generation universities to embrace beyond just academic research, also innovation and entrepreneurship. And in that program, we do support academic institutions at the management level in terms of strategic decision-making on how to embrace innovation and entrepreneurship. But also we work with the French Development Agency to do exchange program between academicians in Tanzania and in France. But also we are piloting something called RECOM, or Research Commercialization Program, where the goal is to try to see how we can accelerate efforts toward research commercialization and technology transfer in Tanzania. From the context of the fast-growing industry of emerging technologies and 4IR technologies, to us, we feel most of the research work that you guys are doing in an academic setup, we can fasten the process in bridging the gap between the solution that you are developing and what the consumer side needs. Because what we're doing, what we're seeing right now, I was listening to some of the presentation and some of the solutions that are being shared. I think my favorite one was a presentation that was done yesterday in terms of design thinking and how to develop agricultural solution. To me, that was very, very important, because at the end of the day, technology is just a tool. If we can find a way to take it from the labs and take it from the document and the papers to actual reach people and create the intended impact, then that's where you can say technology as value. There's no sense to talk with a bot to exchange good views with it if it's just mentioning your names and your family and relatives' name, if it's not solving any problem. So I think one of the crucial role is to see how we can bridge that gap by increasing collaboration between the university and the industries, and especially encouraging researchers to come up with solutions that are bringing the intended impact, also socioeconomic transformation. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's really amazing. Professor Mfo, just a follow-up on this. Could you give us any addition from the perspective from South Africa, how it's been involved, the university and the ecosystem? If you have a clue on that, we'd love to hear that.
I think I touched on that during my presentation, is that scholarship has moved from just creating and transferring knowledge, but also embedded within societies that we serve. And that means that we have outreach programs. We work in partnership with organizations within the community. And therefore it allows us, even when we also, but this is UJ, right? Different universities have different things. This is for the University of Johannesburg. We are at the frontiers of having innovation hubs within our universities. We've seen that we are good at producing learners with knowledge, but then we are not producing enough entrepreneurs. And in the age of the fourth industrial revolution, we need techno entrepreneurs. So, there's massive efforts within our institution to have innovation hubs, and where we boom startups, we have technopreneurship hubs, and it also for this revolution to take strength and work is to foster multidisciplinary research. And this is where we have to force academics to work together inside the university. We also have a culture of academics running to work with people in Switzerland because it's most prestigious for their CVs, but not wanting to work with their peers within the universities and within the continents. So also funding needs to be driven to make sure that philosophers can sit on the same tables as engineers and come up with solutions for that. So yeah, this is where we are.
Thank you for that. Dr. Jamal, from the academia, how have you transitioned to what Jumane mentioned about? Are there some ongoing initiatives already?
Yeah, thank you. I think it is high time to strengthen the partnership between academia and the private sector. Because if you look at the statistics, even from the developed countries, private sector have gone very far in AI than the academia, even and the government. Therefore, it is now time to make a very strong bond with the partnership with the private sector so that we can complement each other. Academic institutions are producing talents and research, but the private sector want to use them in the production level so they can make business and issues like that. So to me, I think that partnership should be strengthening at this time if we want to embrace AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mahadir, you've been in the non-governmental and you've contributed a lot in this. How is the interaction with the industry?
Well, so maybe I would want to talk about the role of these non-governmental organizations or private organizations to the university by giving example with our work on the ground. So back in 2018, when the DILA project was ending, we realized that we needed to produce data scientists, and with only tailor-made courses that DILA was giving the short term were not enough. So we partnered with the University of Dar es Salaam and we designed the MSc in data science at the university, which is anchored at the University of Dar es Salaam. And our role as practitioners who we have engaged with multiple organizations is to coordinate one of the courses, which is called capstone. So basically, a capstone course is where students get to practice their knowledge on the real world environment. So what we do is we identify organizations with relevant, data-related challenges where the MSc students could work on those challenges. So the good thing about this kind of a course is actually the students are able to they're able to immediately practice the skills and work with the experts. So we work with multiple organizations Like we worked in this perspective, like NMB, we worked with the private, with the NGOs like Benjamin Mkapa, IHI, Ipakara Health Institute, and the like, which are actually on the ground collecting data and working on the real world solutions. So with such kind of collaboration or partnership with the university, we are able to improve both skills of the students, but as well as academia in terms of engaging with the experts and understanding what is going on the field. So I feel like similar approach could work in terms of turning some of the courses into practice, so that students don't end up developing toy projects, but they are able to actually work on the ground and develop actual solution that can work in the field. So I feel that can be a model where we can be able to complement on the some of the knowledge gaps that exist. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for this well informative or resourceful. So we're gonna drive the questions to the audience, and this is how we're gonna do. On ground, on premise, Dr. Nyamawe, are you around?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I know we have some burning questions in the audience, so somebody could just raise a question to maybe the whole panel or just a specific person, then we go ahead and maybe limit ourselves to 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we have one question here first.
Okay, thank you, panelists. I'm Dr. Rukia, lecturer from the University of Dodoma. I'm having a suggestion on how can we ensure that our developed solution are basically based on the AI to be easily adopted, apart from engaging the stakeholders and having maybe a strong linkage between the academia and the industry. We also need the policy to be placed in, because without policy, you can have a number of stakeholders workshop developing the solution, but at the end, once you want to deploy the solution, they say we don't have the policy in place to ensure that you can deploy your solution. So my suggestion is we are supposed now to think how can we ensure that the policy on how to deploy the AI solution are being placed. Also, apart from having those policies, I'm also thinking on how to make the solution to be ready for consumption, especially once you want to deploy the solution. As of now, most of them we are deploying in the teen devices, like maybe the Raspberry Pis, the Arduino. But once you deploy in the real system, sometimes they fail due to the maybe having a lot of data at the same time, or there are a lot of challenges. As I was doing one of the projects during my PhD studies, so I seen how it is difficult now to move from the solution developed in the computer and now deploy in the Raspberry Pi and then send to the real world. So how can we now have the solution which are ready now for deployment and consumption to the real environment? Thank you.
I wonder if the panel understand the question. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, Mahadia, please, you can go ahead to answer if you have some insights on that.
Not really insights, but I just wanted to react that it's true. Like
okay,
this
good.
has to be a triangle between the academia, industry, and the government, because as rightly as Dr. Rukia mentioned, we need to have policies in place and policies that actually protect, but also favor the innovation ecosystem. And we need, as you mentioned, to bring on board the government officials so that they understand. I also understand that there are ongoing efforts with the ongoing efforts where on the health sector, especially of developing the AI policy. And I know that some of the members here are also part of that team, where I feel like the effort that is being done is on time, where they engage multiple stakeholders on the topic, from the training, what is AI, to bring the agenda on the table. So I feel such kind of initiatives are important so that we bring the government on board so that we have right policies, because we still have a lot of challenges on the other hand, in terms of data access, because we don't have right policy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nyamawi, is there any question?
Yeah, sure.
On your side? Or any other panelists wanted to contribute on that?
Yeah.
Professor Mfo, please go ahead.
So it is also important that when academia engages with industry, to understand the two different cultures, right? So academia is quite slow. Academia takes 3 years on average to solve a problem, which is on average how much a PhD takes. Industry doesn't have 3 years, right? So if you go to a company and say, I need $10 million to do this, you need to talk in the language that they understand. And the language that they understand is what is the return on investment. You need to actually be able to be quite clear that as Dodoma University, we come into you with an investment of 10 million. And in the next 3 years from this 10 million, we will upskill all your IT departments and teach them short learning courses, data science, data analytics, blockchain technology for financial markets. And it will put you from number 2 in the Forbes list to number 1 in the Forbes list. And this is how you engage with industry. We've been quite successful with industry relations in terms that, you know, one of the biggest banks, we have a research share with them, so they're funding our share for the next 5 years. We just got into partnership with the Gauteng Provincial Department because we also understand how government wants. Government wants to give value to their citizens. So when you engage with government, you go with the same language. If you give us this amount of money, this is how we will help you give better service delivery. So the pain point is, how do we access our citizens in the province? How do we make better service delivery? And this is the language that you need to understand. So you need to understand who you're talking with and always talk about the return on investment. They are not going to fund 10 PhDs, right? Unless it's the Google R&D department. If you're going to talk to Stanbic, tell them what that 10 million is going towards. So that's what I'm there to add on.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a powerful message. So, Dr. Nyamawi, can we take at least maybe one question to wrap, and then we're gonna, just one question. Yeah.
My name is Salim Diwani. I'm a lecturer from the University of Dodoma. Yeah, I'd like to ask one question which has been asked by one of the participants yesterday. Please allow me to read that question. He said the governance of AI tools is critical, especially to protect the right of citizens. What is the best framework to be in place, or is in place for those who are in front of at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
I can try.
Yeah, Giovanni, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't think there is a like one size fits all framework, because the problem with technology is constantly evolving. You know, at this particular time, people are talking about non-fungible tokens. People are talking about AI that composes music. People are talking about AIs that are writing newspaper articles. Like, it's very difficult to set up a regulation and say, this is like a fixed framework on how we are going to govern the growth of this sector. But what I think is very, very important to me, as much as I really like the triple helix model, I think we need to add one component there, which is the community, the consumer component. It's very, very important when you want to create regulation. And the thing is, if we adapt an ecosystem approach toward the regulation where you look regulation from a 360 perspective, from the angle of the regulator, from the angle of the resource of knowledge, which is academic and research institution, and from the angle of the consumer themselves, as well as from the angle of people who actually transfer these technologies to consumer private sector, then chances are you can be able to build something that is actually relevant to everyone. But one of the big mistakes that we do, especially in terms of governing and setting up these kind of policies, usually we treat the technology part of the side as a separate component of a legal and the social aspect side. So find the tech is focusing on the technical part of things like data governance, confidentiality, integrity of systems, and availability. And on the other side, the policymakers will also be closing themselves in their own room, designing regulation based on their values, norms, and how things used to be done before. So I think if we can adapt a 360 approach to redesigning frameworks for governing not only AI, but all these new and emerging technologies, then possibly we can be able to come up with frameworks that works, but they also need to be constantly updated, and users and the communities needs to be put at the center of the design process of those regulations. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that contribution. So just to add on that, the implementation of AI per se, to consider it like a project, consider it like a product or service, this is a very crucial thing that we've realized. In fact, we say it's been proven like almost 80–60% of these projects actually fail. And the problem comes in here. It comes from a different perspective. What Juman just touched on, that's a very something which gets in there, where these other parties are left out of the system. And that gets back to the policy. The technical people are left out. They know the technology, but they are left out of saying that, look, guys, facial recognition, this is how the model works. So they know it's bad, but how it works is not. So to go ongoing cases, that's how it gets a little bit worse. So if now imagine having these poor policies that eventually these AI systems get in, and imagine those 80 of all those AI would get in, 80 fail. You can imagine the catastrophe which is going to happen there. So in both ends, that's why you as a leader, you definitely need to know what the system is. And you as a policy leader, you definitely need to know what the system is. I know there's a recent interparliamental something which is just started, which goes into educate, to capacitate the policymakers in the parliament that they are aware. So when they go there, they are on the behalf of the citizens, and they can say ABC is good for us or not. So that's just an addition to what Jumani just mentioned. Otherwise, so it's been a good session. Yes.
Dennis, we have one more. We have Dr. Yona raising a hand. Maybe we give him just 1 minute before we wind up the session.
Dr. Yona? Okay, so I'll just, if we have people on the ground, Professor Mfo and Dr. Jamal, if you have some close up, and then we'll wrap up with Dr. Yona, and then we'll give it back to Gloria. If you have your final words to say.
I have nothing to add. Just go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Yona, please, you're welcome.
Thank you. I thought I'd say something. Tambalike, I like what you're saying, but may I inform you a little bit? Some of us, we like to indulge, to engage. A good policy is technology neutral. If any policy is made right on technology, then it's bad. Actually, it will never work. Why? technology is always 10 to 20 years ahead of regulation. That's why you need wisdom. So the fear I feel colleagues have there may be misleading. You may kill innovation. I worked in the government, I worked in industry, I worked in academia. Sometimes we assume things that don't exist. But those who mentored me taught me a good policy is technology neutral. There are two things that I would inform everybody. If you go into some good policies, you will not see any statement about technology. It will only promise how to regulate, how to create an institution that will do the work. Then you go to a good legislation. A good legislation is technology neutral. You see the technology in what we call regulations. And that's why to create a law may take maybe 5 years, 3 years, okay? But to create a regulation, it's faster. So I challenge my colleagues, if we are to do this, let us not worry about the policy. The policy, I can assure you, already they existed, but we are not doing the right due diligence. Go into the regulations. For example, somebody who says transaction. Already we have a transaction regulation and a law. Why are we trying to qualify AI while AI will only facilitate transaction? We are delaying this thing. So I leave this to my colleagues. I once said, differentiate between a project and a program. A project may die after the funding dries up. I heard the colleague from South Africa, but a program must continue, and a program, believe me, should be technology neutral. Then you will survive. Thank you so much.
Thank you for wrap up. And I think that comes to the end of this session.
Sorry, Dennis.
Yes.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is So Mwame. I'm the founder and CEO of Haven Bees. It's a commercial beekeeping startup. We offer beekeeping training, hive construction, bee farm setup, and management services. I'd like to thank the conveners of this event, but I have a message to my fellow youth, and this is on collaboration. So most of us here first, AI is very wide, and no one can walk alone in this journey. So we need to collaborate. For example, for what I've been working on recently, because I don't have a background on software development, maybe if we can have people from the software department who can work together on working on find solution facing our local farmers. But also, I'd like to put emphasis on no one should be left behind. So for us who have got access to technology, we still have a population that has no access to technology in our country. So we should also think of that. The other thing on collaboration, I'd like to welcome all of you. If you can visit us, we are located in Ilazo, closer to Mbuyuni Primary School. For students who are interested in solving problems by using AI, maybe we can share some thoughts together and see what we can do. Maybe we should connect after the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Dennis.
So, Dr. Nyamawe, please go ahead.
Sure. Back to Glory. I think it's now time to play the videos for the hackathon challenges, winners of the hackathon challenge.
Now, before we move on the video, I would like to speak a little bit about what is the video all about. So, and I would also like to confirm if Model is around.
Sure, Model is around and will be virtually speaking.
Well, so our next session was just a pre-recorded video for the hackathon winners, and this was a competition which was launched in June, 1st of June to 1st of July 2022, and this challenge was actually hosted by AI4D Lab on Zindi platform. So we worked with Zindi platform to to make this challenge live to the participants. And the challenge was open to the participants from the English-speaking African countries, and more than 460 participants were enrolled in this challenge, but only 180 were active participants to make at least one submission of their solution on the Zindi platform. And finally, we were able to get top 3 winners for the challenge. And these winners, we decided to hear from them what were their experiences, the challenges they got, and what made them to stand out than the rest of the competitors. And so we have one of the speakers who will do online. He will talk to us online, and we're gonna listen to a pre-recorded video for the 2 winners which are not present. So I welcome Dr. Model. Or should we start with the video? Dr. Nyamawe, please clarify that.
Yeah, Model first, and he has to have only 5 minutes. Model, please.
Well, Dr. Model, the floor is yours. Just use 5 minutes to tell us about the challenge and your experience.
Hello, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So, Dr. Glory, can I share my screen so I can?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Though I don't see the sharing button. Anyway, my name is Dr. Michael Model. I'm a doctor in wireless communication, and work with currently I work with Glasgow University as a research engineer. So, first of all, I'd like to thank University of Dodoma and Nelson Mandela for arranging this competition. Also, Zindi. So, as you introduced early, they all.
You should now be able to present, to share your screen, Model. Dr. Model, you're muted.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I would like to thank you, all of you, for giving me this opportunity. So I'll go through this solution. I think I'm number 2 in Zindi. But the more important thing is we always do this competition, but we are not good acknowledged, because I was hoping for even the Ministry of Tourism to contact us to give us we can give them the insight, or we can provide the solution to them so they can use to predict and make a financial income based on this solution, AI solution. So my solution actually was based on the technique I used mostly is called student teacher learning. So student teacher learning, that technique is you use you create 2 models. So one model you act as a student, and another model you act as a teacher. So you teach a student to understand, then you from you give a student exams, and a student you collect them. So that was my solution. So I've managed to beat most of the people, but in the end we said we are all winner. So I don't know if that Madam Gloria, I should go through a code by code, or I should go through what type of because I've given 5 minutes.
Yeah, just tell us about the challenges you got and whatever the experience you had, which you think made you stand out.
Yeah, so as I told you earlier, all of you, that I used teacher and student model, but more than that, I use something called out of 4D prediction. So all of these are new, like kind of state-of-the-art techniques, which now is used mostly in this classification task. So I've managed to win some of the competition based on these techniques. So I think that was my one stick that I used to to beat others. So apart from that, I for those of you who are doing development of a machine learning algorithm, so I have to encourage you spend most of the time to learning the problem, and also apart from learning the problem, spend most of the time to do explorative data analysis, so you can able to explore your data and learn more from your data. Because from your data itself, if you are able to make your data to be very good, you can able to achieve very high score in any competition. Because I've done also cargo competition. Some it's difficult to win number top 10, but some have managed to become 50 out of 100,000 people. So and another thing I have to tell even the student, AI is not a politics, as most of students think, because I've come to realize most of people tend to think more of policy, but who are doing AI is more practical, and the much as you practice different solution or competition or coding, the more you become competent. So that is general from my side. I can say I wish I could be there in a conference, but due to some reason I couldn't able to make it. So that was that was behind my solution, I can say, Madam Glory. So if any question.
Okay, let's hear from the other two winners, and probably we could be open for the questions. So Dr. Nyamawe, back to you.
Thanks, Glory. Thank you very much, Molly, for sharing your experience. And I think now we are ready to hear from the other two winners, who we have already pre-recorded videos and will be played here shortly.
Hello everyone, my name is Emmanuel Bindele, and in this video I'm representing my team AI squad for winning the AI4D African Anglophone Research Lab Tanzanian Tourism Classification Challenge. Okay, so I'm a year 3 student taking a bachelor degree in statistics at Federal University of Technology, Accra. I'm self-driven and highly motivated personnel who love solving technical reward projects using data science and machine learning. So my journey as a data scientist started in year 2020 during the COVID-19, where I had the opportunity to learn a data science course on Udemy, and also after learning a data science course on Udemy, I experimented my skills in partaking in some data science scholarship and also participating in competitions. That's the Data Science Nigeria Bootcamp. That was where I got the opportunity to learn to head of Zini community, because Zini community is like a big community platform that people can be able to have the opportunity to connect with top data science guys, and also compete for the best, compete in terms of competition and connecting with guys. So that was where I got the opportunity to connect with my teammate named Mark ID. That's Mike ID, and the prof. So now it was a really cool meeting with them and also connecting and working together as a team. So we were solving the AI4D challenge, because we already know that we are predicting it's going to be like a classification challenge, like predicting the price of expedition in Tanzania tourism. And also, so when we all started, so the first process were like, okay, the first question I asked myself was, okay, what are we trying to solve? What features are we trying to contribute? Is it mentally and logically to our end goal, which we know that is a prediction? And also then I practice by going to deep research about what the challenge is all about, and also learning from people's experience on how they solve challenges. And same thing, platform, and which towards it helps in building my learning ability rate. And also, then after we studied, did a lot of research, we went further into studying the data sets. Now, studying the data sets, this was where we now started combining our data sets, because the data sets consists of the train and the test, and also consider other data sets that in which we combine the train and the data sets for the pre-processing. And then after that, after the data pre-processing, then we went further into defining our feature engineering. Now, this is where the main performance starts from. That was when we perform our feature engineering and interaction that deals with the mapping. So like we are mapping the continent to the country, and also mapping the longitude and latitude of the country, and also mapping the age. Then we went further in performing more feature interactions from these sets named to the night, the total packages to the people, and the packages per people. So now performing after that we performed a frequency encoding, and also we created a group by features. Now performing one hot, so we also like performed one hot encoding on the data variable name, like the information source, the purposes, the main activities, the travel weight, and also the continent. Now then we went further into handling the missing values. Now after we went further into handling missing values, then we created a cluster, because we are clustering the data set into what 6 different clusters, since we have 6 different classes to classify, which are the high course, the higher course, highest course, low course, lower course, and the normal course. Now after we're done with that process, then we went further into splitting our data set, splitting the data set into the X train, Y train, the X train, X test, Y train, Y test, in order to perform our modeling and also our evaluation. Then we went further into building a baseline model using a cast boost and also a light GBM. Then performing our cross validation, setting our end splits using a stratified K-fold and cast boost and light GBM, and also split the data in order to predict the test data, since we are working on the metrics of log loss. And also finally we did a lot of model assembly. So now with that we perform a lot of model assembly, because we noticed that the cross validation and the model assembly were actually giving us a better accuracy. And also we had to like try a lot of submissions during the competition, because we're like, okay, let's see what kind of right features are we going to use for this modeling, and we're going to see the type of assembling that is good. And this was really what made our submissions, really what made our modeling more better than all the data science guys. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Kolesh. I'm from Multimedia University of Kenya. Currently, I'm in third year, but I'm doing my exams, so soon I'll be in fourth year. I participated in Tanzania Tourism Prediction Challenge, and I emerged the third. My approach was mainly focused on a lot of EDA and feature engineering, not forgetting the cross-validation split. I chose stratified K-fold because the target was imbalanced. My pipeline is usually, in all the challenges that I've participated, my pipeline is usually to determine the objective of the challenge, come up with a sound cross-validation scheme, EDA, feature engineering, feature selection, then tuning the model and the final modeling. I really tried to understand this challenge, and after carefully looking at the problem, I decided to treat everything as categorical, including the numerical columns. So how did I do this? For the numerical columns, I capped them to the 95th percentile. Capping them to the 95th percentile reduced the number of unique values to 4 and 3 in male and female, and the nights for night mainland reduced them to almost a month, 28 days, and for night Zanzibar, I reduced them to 12 days. Yeah. So after capping the continuous features, I then did feature interactions between them, finding the sum, the difference, the products. Then for the categorical columns, I clustered the minority columns since some were very, very low. The value counts are low, so I clustered the minority columns. Then after that, I tried to combine some of the categories. For example, a very powerful feature which I found was package all. Package all was gotten from combining all the packages into one. Then combining to arrangement with other features proved very, very useful. To arrangement with total people, to arrangement with total nights, to arrangement with main activity. All those were very, very, very powerful features. Another approach that I used was group mean encoding. What happens is you try to explore the relationship between categorical and continuous features. So you group by a categorical feature and perform mean aggregates on the continuous feature. And one of the most powerful feature I got was combining main activity plus total people. For example, if total people is greater than, let's say, 5 or even 10, then a main activity is one that is very expensive. So you can see as the number of people increase and the main activity is expensive, then the total cost becomes extremely expensive. Another feature engineering I used was count encoding, and yeah, that's all for feature engineering. After feature engineering, I got a lot of features. So the next step was feature selection, where I used cut boost inbuilt feature importance tool to select only those features with importance greater than 0. And also I dropped the highly correlated feature with each other. Then after that, the next approach was tuning my model, where I used Optuner, which is a very, very, very cool library. So people should check that out if they haven't heard of it. Then the last step was modeling, which I used only one cut boost, but the features which I had built were very, very strong. Package all, to arrangement with total people, to arrangement with total nights, to arrangement with main activity, group mean encoding, total people and main activity were very, very powerful to win me the 3rd position. This was a really great learning experience, and I'm so grateful for such an amazing challenge. Thank you so much. Cheers, everyone.
Gloriana, back to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Nyamawe, and everyone for listening to the videos, and to Dr. Molel for the inspirational kind of experiences they had during the hackathon challenge. So thank you so much, and we really congratulate these 3 winners for being the top 3 winners out of the huge number of people who participated in the competition. So by ending that session, so as we are wrapping our day 2 event, I will have to share our Mentimeter, just like what we had yesterday, so that you can give feedback on day 2 event. So I hope everyone can see that. And for the ones who are online, you can just copy that. You can go to menti.com and enter the code the code that you see on your screen to reply or to attempt the questions which have been asked. And we would really appreciate if everyone takes their time to go through every question so that we can get useful feedback for making improvement for the future events. And just to remind the people who had some questions on Q&A, some of the questions have been answered, especially the ones which were directed to Dr. Alcado, Alex. So you can go through your questions and see the replies. Thank you. Let's take 5 minutes for this activity and then we wrap up our second day.
Asante Glory, tafadhali tuingie katika hiyo ment.com, tuweke hiyo code na kisha tupate maoni yenu. Tutashukuru sana kupata maoni yenu ili tuweze kujua ni vitu gani ambavyo tumefanya vizuri na maeneo gani ambayo tunadhani yanahitaji maboresho katika workshops zijazo. Tutashukuru sana. Kindly visit ment.com and please, this is the code 9797016. Please visit this page and put your replies because it will help us in improving our future proceedings of the AI4D workshop 2023 probably. So use this 5 minutes to visit ment.com and provide your feedback. We appreciate in advance. Gloriana?
Just to make something clear, yes, some of the questions will request you to click next question so that you can go to the next question. So please don't end up just end up replying to few questions until you get the last slide, which has a logo for AI4D lab and a sticker of love. So I hope everyone gets there.
Can you tell how many responses do you have so far?
Give me 1 minute. So we have 52 responses on question number 1. And on the last question, we still have, we only have 20 people. So we still want to have more responses on that from your end.
Yes, we have very few minutes before we conclude our AI4D workshop 2022, and we kindly requesting you to give us some feedback. They will be very much helpful in improving our future proceedings. Thank you very much for your kind contribution.
I hope we can proceed as others are completing their, responding to their questions so that we don't take too much time. I can imagine everyone is exhausted and they want to go for an evening walk, or for those who it's already late night, would really wish to go and take a rest. So I would like to thank all the speakers, panelists, and all the participants for taking your time for the 2-day event. Indeed, you have been really dedicated in this event, and we really appreciate that. And we have had very fruitful discussion throughout and a food for thought. We can't thank you enough for the dedication you have had for this event. So I will take the mic back to Dr. Nyamawe to wind up and close this event officially.
Thanks, Gloria. Thank you very much.
Before that, Dr. Nyamawe, we're going to have one more photo today. Just one more photo.
Why should we close up and then move for the group?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
That's great. All right. It has been very, very engaging these 2 days, but I also believe they have been very fruitful to those who probably AI is the new career for them. And for those who are professionals or who are already expert in AI, we also appreciate for your contributions in this workshop. I don't have much to say, but I only need to express my sincere appreciation to the founder, IDRC and the AI4D Africa program. But I also would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the speakers. I know you have traveled a bit far away from here, so we really appreciate for sparing your time, come here at AI4D Lab and join us. We really appreciate your contribution. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the presenters and other speakers, and those from the panelists who have been contributing their experience on what we have been discussing these 2 days. I do really need to appreciate the participants that have said you have been sparing your time for all these days. You have been sitting very calm, trying to learn and share knowledge among us. This is something that we cannot pay back, but we do appreciate. And these, I believe, they can be among the efforts, or the efforts we devote in accelerating AI uptake in Africa and Tanzania in particular. So we do believe we'll also have you in the future proceedings. This is just the beginning. I will promise. We do believe that next year, 2023, we'll have another and probably very interesting kind of the proceedings of the AI4D workshop, and probably be 2023, I do believe. So I hope will also show up in the future proceedings, and we really appreciate. But we as AI4D Lab, we are very open for the future collaborations. If you have seen any kind of the potential collaboration that we think will be beneficial if you collaborate with the lab, the doors and windows are open. If you would like to go through the window, they are open. But if you choose to use doors, they are also open. So we're looking forward to have more collaborations with anyone from you, and we'll appreciate that. I don't know what more to say, but I think I'm speechless. I do believe this workshop has been successful, but I also believe that there are some of the areas that we have not, they were not very impressive, or they were, or we did not do very good enough. I do believe in the future will improve, but we cannot improve if at all we don't know what were the weaknesses or what we're missing wherever. So feel free also to give your feedback to any of us from the team, and I won't be how to say, nitakuwa ni dogo sinafatila sana kama sitaishukuru in particular the workshop organizing team. I appreciate the organizing team. I know some of you're not here, but some of us were here. So also appreciate and the team, Dennis and others I cannot mention specifically, but please, the team members of the AI4D Lab, please stand up. And this is the way to show my appreciation, including Engineer Chania. Please stand up kindly stand up. You've done a great job. Please clap them for them. And what, are still sitting? You're part of the team, right? You're still sitting. She's very tired. She cannot even stand, and she was the one who was leading this the stretch and things like that. But unfortunately, she's tired than all of us here. But anyway, so thank you very much, teams. Thank you very much, participants, speakers, and panelists. Have a nice day. Hope for those who are coming far away from Dodoma, you will be traveling safe. Thank you very much, and see you soon to the next proceedings of the AI4D workshop 23, believe. Thank you very much for your time. And I think now it's time for the group photo. So I don't know the logistics, and Matagoro is not here. Probably back to Gloriana. Can you lead us on how we can move on to the group photo? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Nyamawe. And yeah, so for the online participants, as we always do, I would like us to turn on the cameras so that we can have a group photo. And for the on-site participants, so they will have their own logistic way of taking a group photo. But we can still have a group photo with both the on-site and the ones who are online. So yes.
So that's Gloriana from Japan. I think you have been hearing her voice. And that's
yeah, they have been hearing me.
Are you Tanzania, Gloriana?
Let me reply after taking a photo. I'm a complete Tanzanian. I like both parents, so I'm a Tanzanian. I'm currently doing my PhD here at Shibaura Institute. So yeah, currently in Tokyo doing my PhD studies, and yes, I was the chair in the organizing committee of this workshop. And to me, this has been a milestone. Yes, and it has been one of a kind, because probably this is my first great workshop to ever organize. So yeah, I feel proud to have you all to have attended and to have had a very fruitful discussion throughout. We are done with the photo, so you can continue with whatever that is there.
Thank you very much.
So bye-bye. Have a good evening. It's already night here.
You too. Thank you very much.
Bye, Gloria.
Bye bye.
Jamani, tunaweza kupata picha ya pamoja jana siku hizi hivi ndio. Baada ya picha kuna chai hapo nje.